Take 2 on a Friday night. Well, the first time, I don't know what's going on. Something squirrely was going on here with YouTube, and so I had to get off, and let me see, fingers crossed, that it's fixed. We will see. I certainly hope it is, because I was planning to be here a while with you guys tonight. That was my plan, but you know, there's a saying, man plans, God laughs. Y'all heard that one? All right, let's try this again. Let me copy that. All right, and try this. Hey, Trish, I'm trying to, let's see if this works. I don't know. Hey, Adia. Let me see now. I'm about to find out if this is... Apparently, I fixed it. Well, aren't I something? Okay, ta-da! We're back in operation. That is the weirdest thing. Okay. Life's good again. Now, Trish. Excuse me. I am adding you, though, as a moderator, because we did talk about that. So, Adia, I was on here. I don't know if you were there and just listening, but it was squirrely. I couldn't add anybody. I couldn't pin a comment. It was thinking it treated me like I was a moderator, so I had to get off and go on my computer and come back. So anyway, that's what happened. It was squirrely. I am feeling better. Not 100%, but I'm getting better every day. So much better today. I had kind of a semi-normal, pretty much normal day today. So yeah, ran errands, went to the gym, and that always makes me feel better. You know, now, y'all cover your ears. I'm going to adjust this mic because I think it's going to clank on my jacket if I don't. 1 second. Okay, that should be better because I think my jacket was hitting it. Thank you, Happy Life. I appreciate that. Now, I didn't notice until I got off. I did have somebody who, I presume, purchased a reading. Yes, and it was crypto from the previous live we just got off of, Trish, or you were there. So if he comes back, we need to get him in the queue here. Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad, Adia. Now, were you sick with the same croupy thing, or did you have something else? I mean, other than, we always had these emotional things, but... Thank you, Erin. That's very kind. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Adia, can you tell Trish how to copy and paste? Because she said it wasn't letting her do that. I don't know. Maybe try this. Because it let me pin it, so everything seems to be working. So when you put your thumb over my comment and long press it, it should pop up. Does that work for you? You had some physical concerns. Yeah, because I was trying to remember. I don't know that you said anything the other night, or maybe you did. My apologies if I missed that. Oh, Erin, that's... Good. I am happy about that, Adia. Yeah, I've had a good week of just focusing on me. Oh, well, that was my intention when I painted that painting, Magus, that sort of an after Van Gogh when I painted that. I've done a couple of pieces like that were sunflowers. Let's see, this one also was a little fun nod to Van Gogh. So thank you for commenting on that. That one was done in oils, but the smaller one I just showed you, that was acrylics, which is, wow, talk about a transition. That took me a while. I'm still not there where I want to be with that. And Cherie's back. Okay, good. I think everything seems to be working now, Cherie. Fingers crossed. Well, that is so weird, Trish. I don't know. Adia, can you tell Trish how to copy and paste that pinned comment like you do? She's the expert on that more than I am, honestly. Yep, it does. I know. Well, it's complicated, but yeah, I think I fixed it. Well, apparently I did, but I was expecting it to be longer, drawn out, and I just had to give it a permission of some kind that it was waiting on me for, and I didn't even know it. So anyway, it's constant. Oh, all right, Adia, cool. We'll do that. Okay, so did you just type it in your notes and then you copy and paste it from your notes? Gotcha. So Trish, did you hear that? Oh, did you? Well, thank you, Megas. You like that one? I still struggle, really. My biggest art struggle was learning to paint more loose. It's probably my personality, but I think I could do even more loose and better than that last one. But I'm trying to loosen up. I'm pretty loose, except not when it comes to painting. You know, I'm that artist that will get down there with a brush with one hair on it and get your nose in it for hours. You know, I'm that person. And I've been trying to get out of that for years and to no avail. Well, I made some progress, but anyway. All right, thank y'all. Thank you, Adia, for helping to work that out. Thank y'all. Cryptomac, you're back. I didn't notice until after I got off here. I saw your payment, so awesome. I'm happy to do a reading for you. And I'm ready to go. So if you want to type your question in, that would be awesome. None, because I had to get, I did my free reading for tonight. That's why I didn't post it in the comment here. I did my free reading. I did mine. Anyway, so I don't have any right now except for crypto. Hey, GC, how are you tonight? Giselle, how are you? And Mitch, we're all here? Oh, my Lord. By the way, Mish, my apologies. I was planning to spend a couple of hours this afternoon answering comments and emails, and my son surprised me with a visit. So, sorry, but family always gets priority. Sorry, not sorry. But anyway, I'll try to get to that tomorrow to respond to your comments. You were so sweet to post so many things and ideas, which I loved many of. Thank you so much, or all of them, actually. So thank you, Mish. Well, I had technical difficulties, Mish, so I had to actually get off and come back on. It didn't recognize me as owning the channel, so it wouldn't let me pin comments. It was treating me like a moderator. It wouldn't let me block anybody. So I had to get off and figure out what that was about and then come back on. So that's why it ended very quickly. Thank you, Adia. I appreciate you so much. All right, let me get up here now. Let's see, I did Carol Ann on that last one. She was my free reading. And Crypto, you're thinking about a question. All right, well, you just let me know. I'm here. I want to do yours first, though, so. And then Adia's next. Oops. Well, me too. I had said, because I did the free reading and nobody else had requested a reading, I said, well, I'll just get off and go, watch TV or sit on my porch. Yeah, I don't have to be here. That's okay too. I accept what the universe is going to give me, but I'd rather be here because, I'm here to work. So I just said, well, we'll just try again. Take two. Ronnie, I did my free reading. I did a live right before this. It was supposed to be one live, but I had to get off because of technical issues. So I've already done my free reading for tonight. I do appreciate you being here, though. Thank you. All right, now did post, all right. So just to double checking myself, I pinned the comment, all that worked. Y'all got me in the groove, right? Okay, Crypto, do you think of your question yet? Yes, Super Chat, or actually there's a link, just Giselle, because I think I've changed that since you were here recently. There's a link pinned in the comment that will take you to my website, and you just go there and purchase the YouTube special reading. It's $15. And you will notice it's cheaper than my other readings, so it is a YouTube special, for sure, for sure. Oh, I know what else I was going to tell you, Mish. I'm glad you watched Tossie's video. I did notice that, and I think she's good, and I love that. Of course, she incorporates law of attraction into her videos. So I'm glad you liked it too. Well, we can no, Crypto, that's okay. I had people that ask the same question over and over because energy changes. Things happen, your free will can change, what you manifest can change. So we'll just ask many times as you want to. That's perfectly fine. Well, Lordy, I hope you do. Because you'll come back and buy more readings, won't you, Crypto? I hope, if you win the lottery. Okay, what deck for Crypto, please? What deck? This one seems to be the favorite lately. It's interesting how they take turns. Equal opportunity tarot decks, I guess, whatever. Well, thank you. Thank you, Crypto. I'm respectful that people might not want their actual name, although I saw your name come in. Of course, it comes in on PayPal, but I never take that for granted. So thank you for giving me permission. I assume that's permission to call you Joe then. Thank you. I like using your real name, too, to do the readings. It helps bring in the energy better, I think. So anyway. All right, we're asking for Joe. What will the rest of 2025 look like for career and family? Let's see. Let's see here. That was quick. We like that. Well, I like that the cards came out. I don't like that that card's in reverse. Let me get some more before I speak on this. I think, Crypto, I'm going to separate this. I want to, it's kind of confusing, especially with the cards that came out. I'd rather split this. Yeah, I'm here. I'm going to put these back. They may come back out again. That's fine. If they do, then we know it was meant. Let me ask career first. What's the remainder of 2025 looking like for career for you? Giselle, what are you worrying about? Did I miss something? Oh, also before I forget, Giselle, you made the comment on one of, when I made my post about what do y'all want us, what do members want to see? And I don't know if you've seen that I did answer that. So I still haven't seen where anybody has watched, other than one person, I know who that was. So I'm asking to any of my moderators, that because most of you are members also, members, not moderators. Can you see the meditation videos? There's 3 of them. Part 1, 2, and 3. Because I can't tell that you've watched only one person has watched 2 and 3, and those are the 2 that I want to be sure are showing up for you. And I can't. It's saying nobody's watched them, but I think Joe watched them. So can y'all let me know if you can see them? So you should be able to go to my channel, and it should playlist or members, and hit the members tab and something like that. Thank you, Trish. All right, so let's get into this for Joe. And that was one of the cards that came out. It came out again. Okay, so that was meant to be, right? You could not see 2 and 3. That is so darn strange. Well, I'll tell you what I think I'll do. I think I'll just, they've been up there in the members. I'll just make them public, and then you can see them. I don't know why that is. Should not be that way. I posted it for members only, so I don't know. Yes, good evening, Lynn. Ooh, what is this you're dealing with? What in the Sam hell are you dealing with here? Oh, hey, Ronnie, thank you so much. All right, Ronnie, it's one question, so you craft your question. But thank you, Ronnie, I'll put you on the list. You are number 3, and I'm on number 1. So, Joe, what in the mess is this? All right, let's see if we can make heads or tails of this, and I realize now you probably can't see the cards. I forget that, so let me move them down here a little bit for you. Down a little better. All right. So we have this Ace of Cups. Now ask about your career. So for me, this would be something you thought you were going to love and you didn't. Let's say you got the new job. It looks like, on the surface, it looks really great. This is something new that would have come in that you thought you would love, like a new opportunity coming in. But in the reverse, it's saying, that was a missed opportunity, or I just plain don't like it. Excuse me. Now this is interesting because the Judgment card, I'm just sitting with this a second. I get it. All right, it took me a second. Because sometimes this means karma, sometimes it means all kinds of things, reconciliation. But this feels, as it relates to what's going on here, it feels like you're waking up to something. That's essentially what the Judgment card in the traditional Rider-Waite, it's the Archangel Gabriel blowing the horn and causing people to rise up from the dead out of their coffins. Now this is interesting artwork on this deck. This is the phoenix rising up from the flames. All right, so that's good, right? That's very good. You're whatever this is, you're going to come out of it. But you may need to take some time. You may need to kind of pull back, take some time from it. Give yourself a little distance, meditate on it. Because there's an important choice here that you may struggle with. So, and I say that because the Lovers is in reverse. In a love reading, this is people breaking up. But in the, well, not always, but it talks about a choice. So when it's in reverse for me, and it's not a love reading, it means you're having trouble making a decision. It's a tough decision. Or maybe you even can't make the decision. Or you're just, it's a hard choice. And it's about, because it requires you moving on from something that was difficult. And you're having a hard time moving on. So again, we're talking about your career. Now, I don't know what kind of work you do. I have no clue if this is a job, a project, a boss, a team. I don't know what it is, but something here. This is the Six of Swords in reverse. That means you're having a hard time or you can't move to calmer waters. It literally means moving to calmer waters in the upright. But this is in reverse. And so because you're not able to let go of this or move on from this or to find those calmer waters, you're having anxiety about this. This is sleepless nights, anxiety, you know. Forgive me for those of y'all that don't know. I cough anyway because I've got allergies, but I am getting over a really bad upper respiratory infection, so forgive me. Aaron, you're probably over on PayPal. I'll check for that in a minute. So, I don't know what this is that's... now, the only other outside thing here that I will mention, I mentioned two things, Joe. You know, our romantic relationships affect us in so many ways. It's like a ripple effect. So if this were, for example, a relationship and it wasn't a happy one, it could spill over into your career and affect your career. Although I don't really think that's what this is saying. And to make it, I won't say worse, but I want to. We got the devil at the bottom of the deck. So whatever this is you're dealing with is toxic. This also can represent addictions. Things that are holding you back from being the best version of you. Now, it's interesting because it's right next to the Justice card. This has to do with legal things. So, for example, if this was a marriage, that would be talking about a divorce probably. If this is a contract, like a legal contract with work, this is not good. This combination saying it's toxic. Now, unless it's saying, what's behind here? Wait 1 second. I'm just seeing, yeah, no. I just, the devil first. The devil came first. So this is something very toxic that has to do with legal matters, contracts, anything that's binding like that. And you may be in a place where something here, even though the Justice card is in the upright, so this, and I should look back and see if you've posted any comments here. You might be responding and I just have missed it. So, but I don't see any. Of course, we did ask for future. Okay. You know, I don't just read cards. You know that because you've been here before. I think if this had come out like this with the Justice card first, it would have felt and it would have meant something different to me. But it feels like, because the devil came out first, there may be something toxic that affects some kind of a legal situation here for you. That's why I'm reading it that way. Trying to understand. I know, me too. Me too. And whatever this situation is, now bear with me here. This is the Page of Cups, which in a regular reading or love reading or some other situation, this would be talking about an apology or somebody coming in like a crush. They have a crush on you. That's not what I get. And I'm affected by the artwork. So look at the artwork here. She is a mermaid, yes, but she's underwater. And when I look at this card, all I can see is I'm underwater and I'm looking at this cup. Now notice the cup she has is this cup. So whatever this thing was, whether this was an offer, a partnership, an agreement, she feels, this is what I feel you're feeling in the future, like I'm just underwater and I'm just staring at that cup. And just the expression on her face is like, I'm not sure what to do with this. So I'm going to take some time out. Now, I don't know if this is advice or it's saying this is what you're going to do. This is the Hermit. He's going into his cave to reflect on the situation, pulling back, ghosting even, taking time out to consider what your options are and maybe what direction you need to go. Because whatever this is very unbalanced for you. So this almost feels to me, for example, again, I don't know what you do, I have no clue. You know, what you shared with me in the comment, though, was about that thing happened, the job thing happened, but now it's worked out better. Well, maybe that's what you think, and then getting down the road a little bit, that turns out to not be the case. It's not as it was represented in some way, maybe. I don't know, I'm just guessing. But in the end, you are not happy about it. You are feeling some kind of regret and remorse about it. Because it may cause you, this is the Nine of Pentacles in the reverse, it may affect your money not being as good. I've got two cards here that would say that, oh my God, these two cards and this one, this is being held back. This can even be codependence, but the Queen of Pentacles and this Nine of Pentacles can talk about instability and the money not being good management at money. And then we have the Heartbreak card. So I don't know what this is coming. I can't pinpoint it. I'm sorry. I'm just not able to do that right now. But wow, this is a really interesting reading, and my eyes are kind of tired tonight. Trying to think, I actually want to ask what this Devil card is for you. So let me do, where's my other little deck here? Let's ask and see if it can give me anything else here. So, Spirit, clarify this Devil card. What is this thing, this toxic thing? Can you tell me, what is this toxic thing? Have mercy. Remember this card? The Lovers in reverse. The Lovers in the upright. So whatever this is, it's some kind of decision that you have to make that's coming up for you in 2025. Some kind of a choice, some kind of decision. Again, because this is a career reading, this could represent a partnership, you know, choosing a, it's a choice, and it's a big choice. This is major arcana. It's not like what kind of coffee do I want when I go through the Starbucks drive-thru today. This is a big decision here, whatever this is. Yeah, and thank you, verified. But I think it has to do, you know, this might be also, it could be that this new opportunity, whatever that is that you said is working out better for you, maybe it's the right job, but the people, the team you're working for, it turns out to be toxic. It could be something like that. Yeah, it could be something like that. Or, you know, that can be just that one person in the office, or that one or that maybe even like if you're an entrepreneur and you've got clients, and that one client that is your biggest client, the person, your contact person that you have to deal with is a pain in that whatever. Or, you know, maybe you work in sales and that, but you know, it's something that you're having to deal with here that is toxic. Or this, again, this can be an addiction. But I feel like, since it's a career reading, and so what I was going to say, this card is, which is at the bottom of the deck, talks about long-term investment. What do I want to do with my time and energy for the long term? Is this something that I can do for the long term? And so that's what he's assessing here. It's divine timing. My goodness. Jay is here. Hey Jay, hey Jay, hey Jay. Okay, crypto, thank you, that's helpful. Let's see. I'm in the process of choosing between two offers. Both seem better than my current deal. I work in the oil rig repair. Well, now, see, I'm going to train you up here for a minute. When you're asking tarot, what I think might have been more productive than asking a general question like you ask, and I'm not being critical of you, but I just want to educate you and other people that are watching. It's better, really, to me, now I don't know about other readers, if you ask a little bit more specific question, like had you said, I'm considering two jobs, which one is better for me? That would have been a way different reading, and so I would have taken two decks and asked, what does this job look like versus what does this job look like? So, but when I have something really general, like the general question, Tarot's trying to get me in the ballpark here. But yeah, that's what we're coming to that's what's happening here is, there is. So for you to resurrect your career, yeah, you got to take a minute and think about this, and you're having trouble making a choice. Yep. Okay. Well, I'm glad we cleared that up. Okay, well, I can't start over with your reading, but because I got others behind you. But here's what I'll do. Let me real quickly give me cards. Can you give me some way to discern between these jobs, what job A and job B, so I can ask for you, Joe? Like, I don't know, job A is in Florida and job B is in Texas or something like that. Hey, Digger, how are you tonight? Excuse me. Cherie, it's okay if they say something like that. It's just when they get, sexual that we don't want to tolerate that. But those comments are fine. They're being polite. That's all right. Jay, I thought you changed your handle to Jake because you responded to, and I haven't had a chance to respond to your comments yet, but you commented, and so are you commenting from a different channel or did you change it back? I'm confused because it was Jake. I thought that was interesting. She does have her scope on. So Joe, I'm kind of waiting for a little direction here. Y'all had some really good answers, by the way. So I read them all. I just haven't had a chance to respond. So Jay, Jake, Jacob, I liked yours too. Very thoughtful. So yes, I'm working on those. Joe, where did you go, Joe? I guess Joe went to walk his dog. Where is he? Here he is. Okay. Well, right, but think smaller. I mean, simpler. In other words, I have to ask a question of this about the, well, I don't have to, but I want to. Like, Terrell, please show me what job A looks like for Joe and what job B might look like potentially for Joe. But I have no way to, like, job A is what, where, how do I determine which is which for you? So I was hoping you'd give me, like, job A is in, what, I don't know how to distinguish them without something more to go on. Two different agencies. Give me the first letter of the name of the agency or something like that, or some way to distinguish so I know what's what. Good evening, Mark. Thank you. Okay. That's very helpful. That's exactly what I needed to know. All right, so we'll do this, this. Okay. So give me 3 cards for crypto on if he takes the job with Skyline. What's the potential outcome if he takes the job with Skyline? Let's make this quick, please, Tara. And clear. What's the potential look like if he takes the job with Skyline? Got to be Taro's hysterical. Remember this card? All right. Yep. All right. the bottom. Very interesting. Ah, that's why. Okay. Okay. That's why. Got it. All right. And then Stowen. What is the potential outcome if Joe takes the job with Stowen, please? Give me the outcome, please, if Joe takes the job with Stowen, please. Thank you. Oh, Lord, is there a third choice? I am not even kidding. Remember that card? Wow. Give me a minute, y'all. I'm just taking it in. So is the second one Stowen? Do you have a history with them? So I see it's like the first row of cards is split in half, and half of it's here and half of it's here. I know. I see that. There's a lot of uncertainty in your career at the moment. I see that. Do you have a kind of a history or something with them in the past? Okay. I know them quite well. All right. All right. Thank you. All right. So let me go over here. This is Stowen we're talking about. This is a heartache card. I mean, this is a sliding scale, yes, about heartache. Now, this is in reverse. So this is why I asked you if you had a history. This means you're past it. You're past it. But it could be, I ask about this company. Why is this showing up? So there's something here that, unless it means you're bringing something with you or you have a past history where maybe they did something that hurt you in some way, because remember this card, the Six of Swords in reverse? It's still in reverse. It's saying you're not able to move away from something that hurt you regarding this company. I mean, that's literally how I read that. Now, I don't know what that is. Only you're going to know. So you're not inclined to want to, how do I put this? This is a career reading, not a love reading. You're not inclined to want to open up to them for some reason. To like, I mean, this is, in a love reading, the knight comes in and gives his cup of love, gives him an offer to somebody. So this is some kind of an emotional offer. In the reverse, this is, Now, this could be talking about you, Joe, but I don't know who this is or what this is. But it makes me feel like this is somebody who's not opening up. They're not willing to open up. They're not willing to share their feelings. They're very, that, or they're even, this can be somebody overindulging, like drinking too much when it's in the reverse like that. So it could be, this is a cautionary tale. Did you get in trouble for drinking, or is this a potential? Is this cautionary tale that might happen when you're there, or, you know, because they will be watching you. They will be watching you. And that also talks about messages. There is communication here, 2 cards of communication, but this one in particular, it's very fast, but it's sometimes disappointing messages. Like in a love reading, this would talk about maybe an argument. Not always, but it just means challenging communication. So if you're talking about going forward, what's the potential with this company? I'm looking at this as saying, well, they're spying on you. Maybe it's even causing you to drink. They're spying on you. You're still in choppy waters here. And the communication is difficult over here. And it causes you to want to be a recluse. Causes you to want to be pulling away from them. They were the competitor to the company I just finished with. Okay, the one I'm talking about now. All right, because at the bottom over here of the deck, I have the Death card. This talks about transformation. Something needs to change. Something needs to change here so that you can get happier about it. This is the card of celebration. Now, you know, I'm so used to doing love readings, but it means collaborating with, being with friends, celebrating, that kind of thing. But then we're back to this choice, this being, and we got 2 over here talking about this company. In the future, you're still faced with choice here, some kind of choice. You feel like you're juggling something here. You could be overwhelmed. Maybe this is more work than they told you were going to have to do or something. And you feel like you're faced with a choice. Very possibly there's a situation that arises here, Joe, where you feel quite stuck, like, I can't give in to this. I don't know what. Maybe it's something that's about principle, or maybe it's something, a work ethic, or maybe it's something that has to do with union laws. I mean, no, it's not, this doesn't mean legal. It just means somebody who's not willing to surrender to getting a new perspective. So is that you or them? And I think it might be them, because you're taking the high ground here. You're saying, no, I'm not giving my high ground up. I fought hard to get this, and I'm not giving it up. So that's that side. Now let's look over here, because this one's even more confusing. So, I'm going to look at something real quick. Bear with me 1 second here for you, because there's something here. I feel it. I can't articulate it, but I feel it, that I'm missing. And so I thought I'd see if I get inspiration. 1 minute here on this Ace of Cups in reverse. And gosh, I'm getting hot in here. Why is my air not coming on? Watch it be at the bottom of the darn deck. Of course it would be. I cannot even. There it is. All right. I just wanted to look because sometimes this can be, we're talking about this other company now. It can sometimes mean a loss of creativity. Now, I don't know how that would apply to your job. I don't know. But the Chariot talks about very fast moving energy. It talks about moving forward, being determined. You know, the Emperor drives this Chariot. So that meaning you would be the Emperor in this case. And now I have a King of Swords, which he's an excellent communicator. He doesn't tolerate any BS. He's a wise man. He knows what he wants. Again, he's a really clear communicator, tells the truth. Yeah, I'm actually going to pull 2 more cards over here because this was telling me a story though at the bottom about, yeah, the money might be good here, but you also might be too focused on that, or this could be somebody that you work with who's too materialistic and self-absorbed. And I think you might say, I don't want to fight that person. I don't want to have to deal with that person. And because there's a lot of disappointment there, and I get this is an ending, like, So, but before we go there, let me get a couple more cards. So, I know this is a career reading, and this talks about emotions, the cups. But I wonder if that could represent, like, have they made you an offer maybe and it wasn't good enough and you might have passed on that and you're hoping for, because I'm kind of getting that sort of like a missed opportunity energy with that. So maybe that's what it's saying here for you, Joe. Give me 2 more cards here on this first company. Well, okay. Now, this is fighting, conflict, you know, arguments, but it is minor arcana. It's more like kind of everyday bickering stuff. It's not major stuff, and in the context of this reading, it doesn't look that bad, because now you have a Page of Pentacles. This is the student card. This is about learning. You're going to learn more apparently on this job, which is good. Now let me look at these cards that popped out. It's going to remind you more, unless this is the company you did work for. This is the card of nostalgia. Thinking back on the past, good memories. This can also represent family. So this, I think, this looks like it's going to be a better situation over here. Because I've also got the King of Pentacles. And I love this, that this is here. You've got 2 kings here in the upright, which is awesome. And this king of all the kings, he's the one that would talk about the money being good, the stability. He's a nurturer. He's got a good foundation. So we like that in a career reading for sure. The only thing to caution you about is this. Don't overthink it. Don't get up in your head. This is the analysis paralysis card. Now, let me see what this, oh, love it. Yes. And the Ace of Wands in the upright. This is a passionate new beginning, something that you're passionate about, something that you will love doing, something that you get excited about, a new opportunity. But you might have to fight for it. In other words, there's maybe other people fighting, you know, competing for this position. That is so interesting. All right. And on the one hand, you know, this can also talk about family. So you got 2 cards here that are referring to family, but this talks about a lack of harmony, a lack of stability, and it may be because you're busy working. But again, that's not a reason not to make the choice to do this. It's just saying maybe you'll have more work. Maybe this will be more profitable. It's looking like that. Frankly, this is feeling like the better opportunity over here with this first company. Yeah, you'll have more opportunities. But something in here, at some point, and there's going to be some kind of an ending that you're going to have to deal with. I don't know. Maybe your position you're applying for now will end and you'll just move on to something else. But that's too far down in the deck to even really consider that. So, Joe, this looks like the better choice from where I'm sitting here. Yep. Even though there will be some competition and back and forth and all that, the caution is just not to overthink it. And I think the reason you would overthink this one is maybe it's going to take you away from your family. Maybe it means you would not be able to spend as much time with them, and that could be why you're debating it. Oh, good. Okay, Crypto's saying, even though I know the other company better, I did feel better about that company, about the one I just said was the better choice. Is that what you're saying? So you're kind of confirming? Awesome. Yeah, it feels better to me too. Yep. I'm glad I pulled some more cards on that because, yeah. So, definitely to me, my job demands, oh, Jesus, 84 hours a week? Are you kidding me? And that is hard on family lives. Well, it has to be. And so I think that's what these two cards are talking about. Yeah, for sure. I mean, these could have shown up on either side and it wouldn't have made any difference because I kind of knew that about oil rig workers, or I've heard that you guys just like you're on for 2 or 3 weeks and you're off or whatever. I don't know, but you have very difficult work schedules. So yeah. But I like it. Don't overthink it. I think that's, in my mind, that's the better choice. Yeah. Again, you may have other people that you're competing with for the position. I don't know. But I don't see any detrimental reason. I mean, anything that says you're not necessarily going to get it. That's not a yes or no thing, but that's what I would recommend. All right, Joe. Well, thank you, sweetie. I appreciate you purchasing a reading tonight, and you got to come back and report in again. Let me know how this goes, assuming you get this job and all goes well. Yeah. It's going to be fast and furious. I can tell you that. Fast and furious. Yep. Oh, that's cool. So your work is on shore and on dock, so we don't have to follow rotation rules. Yeah, I've heard that's such a hard life for those. I mean, those guys work really, really hard. Oh, you're very welcome. It's my pleasure. I appreciate you being here again. And again, I love it that you came. A, I love that you came back. B, I really love that you gave me feedback. And C, that you bought another reading, Crypto. Thank you so much. And when you win the lottery, you can come and buy readings for everybody, right? Love it, love it. Well, just be safe, because I know that's also a dangerous profession. So be safe and take good care of yourself, Crypto. Joe, I appreciate you being here, Joe. Thank you. And did I see Moulet is here? God bless you. Stranger, how you doing? Everybody's here tonight. Wow, this is awesome. Same old, same old. Well, you know, me too. Same old, same old. So sometimes, though, you know what? Same old is, it might not be what we want, but it's dependable. You know what you're waking up to every day, right, Millie? Oh, goodness. All right. Thank you, Joe. Now, Adia and Ronnie, I wanted to check real quick. Notifications. Oh, I got Tiffany. Okay. And Joseph. That was my last. That was Joe. Got that. Tiffany. Okay. So we're going to add Tiffany to the queue. Thank you, Tiffany. All righty. Go back here. All right, so let me see. Where was that? Oh, Crypto saying I already have the position. It's just a question on. Oh. I see. That's more illuminating. So you already have the position. It's just a question of who I work for the client through. Okay. All right. Yeah. Well, I hope that that gave you some illumination. Excuse me. Happy Friday to you, Melissa. Hey, TL. Welcome, welcome. How you doing? TL, you're Tiffany. Tiffany, I just checked and I saw where you paid for reading. So the only thing is I don't know who was, because I can't track the PayPal as to, you know, when they come in. I can only track what comes in here. So right now it looks like you were, Adia is next. And then didn't y'all say Ronnie had said he paid for reading, but I didn't see it on PayPal. So right now it's Adia, and unless Ronnie's in the queue somewhere and I don't know about, and then it's Tiffany. So you might be next, Tiffany. Just letting you know. My table does shake, and I keep hitting the thing, and I need to do something different, and I don't know what it is. It does shake, and I forget, so thank y'all. I switched back to my other stool. It's just more comfortable. But for some reason, I shake the table when I'm in it more than the other one. So my apologies. Thanks for reminding me, though. Well, I didn't. How did he pay? Because I didn't see it. That's why I went to PayPal. How did he pay? Ronnie was there. You mean Ronnie, was it in the super chat you're saying? Ronnie was there, but it just, the payment disappeared or he disappeared, Mish? Ronnie paid a search. Oh, I see. He paid a super chat? Okay. Thank you, Ronnie. Awesome, awesome. Thank you for clearing that up. It gets kind of confusing in here. Okay, perfect. Love it, love it. Thank you so much for clearing that up. And I remember it now that you say it. I do remember it. I remember saying thank you. And Aaron, where is Aaron? Uh-oh. Wait. Did Aaron do super chat? Because I didn't write that one down, so my bad. Aaron, okay, did Aaron buy a super chat? Because I've got Adia, Ronnie, and Tiffany, and Aaron, let me see if I can, you know, it won't let me scroll all the way back, but let's see. Until I can't. Let's see. There's Ronnie. I see you. Ronnie says Korean love. Okay. Or, and I see Adia's. I don't see one for Aaron. Nope. There's no super chat. How did you pay, Aaron? Let me go back to, I tell you what I'll do. Just open up PayPal. It's easier. Thank y'all for being patient while I work this out. I see it now. That's so weird. It didn't send me a note. Okay. Aaron, I got you too now. So actually, you did. Well, I can refund one of those unless you have 2 questions. Because it's $15 per question. So you just tell me if you want me to refund one of those, I can do that. Or if you have 2 questions, we can do that. So you were actually before Tiffany. All right, so I'm going to put you here, Aaron. Sorry, Tiffany, but now that I've logged into PayPal, I can see he was before you. Glad we got that straight. Thank y'all for keeping me straight. Okay, so Aaron, just let me know when I come to your reading. You can let me know if you want me to refund one of those or you want to do 2 questions. So, okay. One question about the same person. Okay, well, I'm happy to refund, and I'll make myself a note right there. Right now, refund 1 for Aaron. See, I can't do that on Super Chat, but I can do it on PayPal, so I'm glad that leaves me that option. Okay, now, Adia. Your turn, lovely. So, type your questions, because I like the questions to come in before they tell me what deck. And I do appreciate you guys for being patient. Thank you for hanging out while we do other people's readings. It's tedious sometimes, but maybe you're getting entertained as well. I hope. So thank you for waiting your turn. Well, Adia, I'm supposed to scroll back and find them now in all of this. Who do you think I am? I do not have a cape. Now I find it. I found it. I'm kidding. Ah, gotcha. All right. I already feel that is a, where is it? My light seer deck for you. No, I do not have a cape. Okay. All right, we're asking for Adia, please. Question number 1. Oh, let me do this. Question number 1. Does she, quotation marks, know about you? Does the other woman know about you? Footnote. Funny. Well, this would be a yes. And yet, now that's confusing. Tara, really? Really, you're going to do that to me, huh? You're going to do that to me. What, you know, my deal here, my deal with yes and no questions is I shuffle 3 times, I cut the deck, I cut, 3 times, and then put it back together, and then I cut the card. So if it's upright, it's a yes. If it's in reverse, it's a no. So upright, now this talks about home and family. Like this would be somebody who's in a committed relationship card. And it is in the upright, but here's what's interesting. The High Priestess is right behind it, followed by the Four of Cups. So it's almost like it's saying, yes, but I'm pretending I don't know anything. I'm pretending I don't know, even though I'm disappointed. Or I'm keeping it to myself. I mean, because this would be a no for me. Well, not, never mind. Forget it. This is things that are hidden and you can't see. So do you see my dilemma? So if she doesn't know, she suspects. If she doesn't know, she suspects because she's living in disappointment right now. And here's the funny thing. The cards that came out are so relevant to that question. King of Cups in reverse. So this would probably be your person who's not showing any love to her. And then this is the card about juggling, right? Being overwhelmed. Yep. Dropping the ball. This literally means dropping the ball. Ooh. The plot thickens. All right. Question number 2, and the reason, by the way, I'm answering, because these are one question readings. Adia is a longtime moderator and a member here on my channel, on my membership. So she's paid her dues here for me, so I like to give back. So for all those people who are waiting for readings and you're saying, why am I answering 12 questions for her and only one for you? That's why. I just wanted y'all to know that. All right. Are either of them getting readings or work done on me? Oh, another juicy question. Ooh, I like it. We're asking this deck for that one. All right. So, we're asking, are they, the other pair, the pair out there in Nana Land, whose name we shall not speak, are they getting readings or some kind of work in quotation marks, done on Adia? And I know what you mean by that. All right, let's see. And I know y'all are commenting. I can't see her questions and scroll at the bottom. I'd lose it. So I'll catch up in a minute. So whatever's going on down there. No, but yeah, no, but you know, the Emperor, he likes to control things to a fault. So I get a real strong feeling about damage control with this. I never said that to anybody, but that's what this person is really scrambling, trying to control them, they, he, she, trying to control the situation. And right now, nothing's moving in any direction. Because somebody here's not willing to surrender. Okay, somebody's not surrendering to the fact that somebody else is holding back their love, and this relationship is that relationship, the two of them, is not doing well. And this could also be saying that the money's not good. The foundation, in other words, this is, you know, unhappiness basically in the home. Might not have been any, if they were trying to reconcile, that doesn't look like that's happening. And maybe somebody's out in the, yeah, look at all these cards. Somebody's out in the cold. Here's another, yep. Here's another card of the marriage card in the reverse. And then the third party card. So, Lord have mercy. And somebody's lost patience with all that. That's interesting. All right. Okay. Let me put this back and ask what deck for the next question. Your next question is, are they still together? All right. Are they still together? Was that 3? That was 2. Okay. Well, that would be a yes. But it may just be for passionate reasons. If you know what I mean. Or they're hoping for that. Because this is communication. This talks about communication about a passionate new beginning. Not, you know. But somebody, yeah, and somebody's trying to fight for this. Well, I don't know if it's your person or the person they're with. Somebody's trying to fight for it. And somebody's up in their head about it. And it's all because of nostalgia and, you know, family. I mean, kids probably. I don't know if they have kids, but this is nostalgia and memories. And so they know this, 4 wands again, they know things are upside down in the relationship, but it looks like they're trying to work on it. Even though they're Queen of Swords. Now, I'm not asking about you, but so probably she's probably coming through as this Queen of Swords. So, you know, she's not warm and fuzzy, but she is willing to communicate. The sword is pointing up. And even though there's unhappiness, and again, somebody's out in the cold because, so looks like they broke up, but somebody's trying to get it back together here. That's what it looks like. They're maybe talking about getting back together. That's what that looks like. Because the Judgment card came out in the upright. So it's like, it's not going, these flipped out before I got to the yes and no. Nothing's going forward, nothing's moving, nobody's coming forward with an offer because things are unbalanced. And yet somebody here has hope because even though something has ended, they're hoping for a reconciliation. I mean, that's pretty simple way to read the cards. That's what that looks like. All right, last question. Is he planning on coming back towards you? Let me see. What deck? Well, we're going to use every deck here tonight. All right. All right. Is he planning to come back toward Adia? Well, this is a yes, but I'm going to say yes, but. But look where he is mentally. He's in mental anguish basically about it. Why? Why is he in anguish about it? Because things that were hidden have come to light. Because honestly, he doesn't want to fight about it anymore. This is conflict, competition, literally, competition and conflict. Yeah, I think he might be, well, he might be about to king up, King of Swords up. Tell the truth, be truthful. Interesting. He's making a choice. Yes, this is the Lover's card. It is, but he's making a choice about what? Family, nostalgia, thinking back on the past. Again, if he's got children, he's thinking about his kids. And the Moon card is here. So this is secrets, fears, secrets, things you can't see. And what can't you see is this guy. Maybe what he's doing is trying to finally man up, be a King of Swords, tell the truth, communicate that really what he wants is this Ten of Pentacles. This is, again, would represent a long-time commitment or a partner that he's been with for a long time, home, family, you know, wife, whatever, that has been holding on to him. And, right, so, ooh, Adia, that's tough. That's tough. All right, I know I missed a ton of comments down here, so forgive me. Let me see. I know, oh no is what I thought too. Here we go with this mess. I know it, I'm sorry. Probably. I mean, that, and you're chasing the money. Well, good on you. That's kind of where I'm not chasing money, but you know, yeah, I'm taking care of I'm focusing on work. Let's say it like that. I know what you mean. Ooh. But, you know, we were talking the other night, not to go into this deep well about this, but we were talking about twin flames and all that. I mean, that's the way it works. It's like a rubber band. It's like a rubber band. So, bear that in mind. I'm just saying. Bear that in mind. When you turn and go the other way, it pulls him, you know. Yep. Well, that's what they do. That's right. The drunken text, the proverbial drunken text. Oh, don't think that, Adia. Please don't say that. Please, please, please. Oh, I have a question to a question you asked me. Okay, Mish. And I don't know what that question was that I said, I have a question for you. I don't know what that was. I read your comment. I have no idea. I'd have to go play it back, and I don't remember what it was. Mish, I'm sorry. But yes. Oh, good. You're joking. All right, good. Okay. Yeah, it's kind of doesn't always come through, conveying in the chat, but. Well, amen to that. Just enjoying life. Yes, I'm happy to hear that's what you're doing. Yes. Amen to that. All right. Amen to that. Can all of us that are dating the same man, can we just have an amen, please? Oh. Oh, let's see. All right, let me see if that jogs my memory here, Mish. No, I'm clear you want to know what my loaded question was. I read that, but I couldn't remember what that was, what my question was. So let me see if it jogs my memory. Not at this moment. Are you sure it wasn't, well, are you going to reach out to him? Maybe that, I think that might have been what I was referring to, because I did ask you that. Do you plan to reach out to him? And you said no. I think that was what it was. I was referring to that, which we talked, we went down that rabbit hole. Amen, amen, I know. Yours too, Jay. Jacob. Well, Cherie, it's better to give him space, I think. Just speaking off the cuff here. Mish, I don't know past that. Just don't. I've slept since then. Okay, Ronnie. Excuse me, y'all. Ronnie, I know you posted in your super chat you wanted career and love. Now, I can do one or the other, Ronnie, so please let me know which of those you want and what your question is about those. Please and thank you. Yeah, I think I missed my stuff. I think I missed that I can do that every now and then. I mean, the other was a swivel, but not like this one anyway. Well, Cherie, I'd have to pull cards on that. I can't really say I'm just tuning into that. I can't answer that. I don't feel anything right now about that. Excuse me. I did take some medicine before coming on here tonight. Well, use your good judgment, Cherie. Use your good. Don't do something for that other person, if you know what I mean. Do something because you feel it's the right thing to do. Great question, Ronnie. I have a new line. Wait, but that's a. So I have a new line of work, but that's a question. And will the job markets? So my question is the question mark. I have a new line of work, and will the jobs market be of favor? I think that's how you mean it, right? So you're asking me kind of how that's going to look with this new job is what I'm interpreting. In transition, okay. Sorry, y'all. I'm still coughing up crud. And I'm tired of it. I feel like I've coughed my toes up this last 10 days. Okay. What deck for Ronnie, please? What deck for Ronnie? Okay. Let's ask multidisciplinary work certification. Oh, that sounds very complicated and like you need a lot of skills to do that job. But ooh, Jay, that's cool. I'm just now reading your comment about your experience. Oh, that's a very cool experience. Do you see these things with your eyes closed, like in your mind's eye? Is that how you see them? Okay. Yeah. I believe that's true, Adia. Really? Okay. I'm talking to my moderators while I'm doing this. Yeah, I always had a tough time picturing things. Take some art classes. And seriously, or just start drawing, start learning to draw. It stimulates something in your brain. I'm not kidding. I have so much ridiculous information in my head, y'all. Okay, Ronnie's saying, it's not hard, but my experience in the past has been difficult in terms of hearing for the work, so I hope it's not difficult in a different way to transition into. Okay. Gearing up for the work. I see, okay. Gearing up for the work. Well, I hope not too. So I'm just trying to think how to word your question. I think I like how you worded it. So, all right, Spirit, Ronnie has a new line of work. Will the jobs market be in favor now? I'm going to get a yes or no, but then I'm going to pull cards for you too to give us more of the story. Oh, very cool, Jay. Have you been meditating? Dear, funny. Okay, so we'll hold those. 1, 2, 3. Well, that depends on what she's zapping you with, Jay, because she's a Scorpion. If she zaps you with that stinger, it won't be pretty. This is interesting. Thank you. Well, why are you doing this to me tonight, Tarot? What are these cards? Okay, Ronnie. Technically, it's a yes, it will go well, but it may be a case of it may start out good, but ultimately you might be disappointed. Or it could be the other way around, because it's a yes, but it may not start out well, but then it turns out well. Because the Queen of Pentacles, she doesn't lack for any money or stability. She's, got everything she needs. She's very confident too. She's very taken care of because she manages money well. So I don't know. It looks like it's probably going to start out disappointing, but then turn around to be better. There is, but ultimately, I have to say this doesn't look all that good. Sorry, I was just looking at the cards underneath it, but and one of the reasons I say that is the Three of Wands here in reverse. This can be plans that fall through. It's also timing, like sometimes it's the right thing, but not the right time. And this could be, not could be, this is saying, this is the Miser card. It would say you need to probably save your money, hold on to your money, watch your spending. Because, now, we're asking about job. I'm just going to ask more cards here. Hold on. I'm going to put the deck back in. Oh, a phlebotomist. Awesome. Cool. Very cool. Oh, hi, Kelly. And my free reading for tonight's already been done, but you can purchase a mini read if you'd like for $15, and the link is pinned in the chat or super chat. Okay, back to Ronnie. All right, let's see. What can you tell me about this conflicting information here for Ronnie? Tell me, is the job market going to be good? Is this a good decision? Is this job market going to be good? I can't imagine it wouldn't be. I mean, just, that's not the cards talking, that's me. Gosh, it seems like anything in healthcare. Yeah. Look, a Nine of Cups. This is wishes coming true. Yep, wishes coming true. I love that. Oh, this is even better. Because I always look at the bottom of the deck. This is sort of what's fueling the story here. Yeah, and this, the King of Cups. This is you, Ronnie, being happy, being content. And the money, because you're getting a really good offer here. Something's coming in. This is the job. This is the ultimate job offer card. Ultimate new opportunity card. That's awesome. But there's going to be some back and forth here, and I don't know what this is about. Maybe you have multiple job offers and you can't decide. That could be. Because there's some back and forth here. You got this, then you followed by this being left out in the cold, and gosh, now I just want to run back into my cave because I don't feel stable. And what is that about? It's something's a heavy burden. I just want to put it down. And you end up, yeah, feeling really cold and put out about something that caused you anxiety. So I don't know what that is about. That's maybe, again, this has the feeling of a rough start. But you know, that's, sorry, it felt like I had lipstick on my teeth. Now, I don't know about this kind of job, but it, oh, hey, Derek, how are you tonight? Welcome, welcome, good to see you, virtually. You know, when you start a new job, Ronnie, now you already know you're coming out with a skill, so that's not the same as if you're in an office and you're learning a brand new job and you don't know anything about it, because those can be really rough starts and you feel inadequate and you feel, and whatever, disappointed. And then after a while, you get you get the hang of it, and things start looking better, and maybe you know, I'm just talking about this other kind of job. So I don't know what this is, but this looks like, you know, this could be something, for example, Ronnie, like you get the job and it's not your ideal situation, but but it's a job and maybe it pays the bills. But then the company's bought out by somebody and you get a raise and you get a promotion and even a better situation. So it has that kind of feeling to it, but in the meantime, be prudent with your money, because it may just take a little bit. This means, I don't want to wait anymore, but you may have to. You may have to. You may have to wait a little bit before you get this new offer. Might have to take a minute, okay? This could also be saying maybe you get a job offer that's disappointing, and you have to step back and wait. Where is it? You have to step back and wait and, put your application in a few other places. So in the meantime, you have to, watch your budget. But ultimately, this is going to come around because you've got this wonderful, new, prosperous opportunity coming to you. So yes, that looks really good. All right. Yeah, it took me a minute to get there, but I'm glad I finally figured out what the arrow was trying to tell me. You have a degree. Yeah, I could feel, I could tell you're educated, obviously. You get a training in, I don't know if phlebotomist, that's a specialized skill, but I don't know if you have to have a college degree for that, or you have a degree and you've decided to do that. I don't know what the requirement for that is. I don't know, but, okay. Anything else you want to tell Ronnie about this, please, and thank you. That could be it, right. Ronnie's saying that it seems like it might be because I'm anticipating it. Yeah, yep, pre-med. Yep, I didn't know that, actually. I did not know that you had to be pre-med to do that. Geez, I have even more respect for those people. You people, phlebotomists. And so you anticipate a lower offer and then a higher one. Well, how cool. Gosh, like the cards knew that. So that's interesting. Okay. Because that's kind of what I had to sort through it to figure out what it was trying to say, but that's what it feels like. That's exactly what it feels like. Yeah, Jay, the link is different. Let me repost it if I can, if it will let me. Because I changed it up on you. Sorry. I know it's hard for you guys when I do that, but let me post it one more time so you'll have it. So Jay, here's the new link. Well, and if I wouldn't change it every week, it wouldn't be so hard for you. Sorry. Oh, it is okay. Technical occupation. Well, and I hear that we all want security, don't we, Ronnie? I know. That's a big deal. You don't need a degree. Oh, all right. But that gives you more job security and probably more upward mobility because you have the degree. I got you. That makes perfect sense. Y'all, pardon me. All right, all right, all right. Any last words for Jay here? I think we've, all right. Yeah, that's funny. And it came out sideways. This is the night of, yeah, you're just going to have to wait a little bit. That's what this says. It came out sideways. The Nine of Pentacles is, he's slower than molasses, but he's the one that gets there eventually. He does get there. But it's sideways, so it's saying it's taking longer than you might want. So just be patient, Ronnie. It might take a minute. Oh, awesome. You can get a higher research position. That makes perfect sense. Yep, perfect sense. Hey, Kelly. How you doing, sweetie? How you doing? How you doing? Well, Ronnie, I hope that helps. I think that was, yeah, I think that's, I just was replaying your question in my mind about the job market. Yeah. So that's it. That's what I have on that. Thank you, Ronnie, very, very much for being here tonight. And thank you for your question and for your super chat. And I hope you will come back and join us. And before I forget to mention it, guys, I do have memberships in my community. And we have a lot of these moderators are members. It's a really great group of people. I can't tell you how much I've grown to love each and every one of them. And you do get perks for my memberships, my members. And I don't know what I'm going to do next for you guys, but I've had some great suggestions. So I'm sifting through. But got 2 levels of memberships, and the link to check those out is pinned in the description box of this video. So you can go and check out the perks. But I do, one of them is I do live chats for members only. And then the higher tier membership is some exclusive content there and more to come when I can get myself good and well. That works, Ronnie? Okay. Thank you so much. I so appreciate you again. You've been a good supporter for me tonight. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much gratitude. Okay, Aaron is next and then Tiffany. So Aaron, would you post your question, please? I do love that you put that to book a private reading, Jay. I like that you did that because I forget to mention that ever. Hey, y'all, guess what? I do private readings. I forget all about it. Y'all are playing with each other over here in the chat. Got energy fingers on each other. I'm loving it. So Aaron, where is Aaron? Because Aaron paid on PayPal, so I don't have your question here. I need you to post your question for me, Aaron. Well, you did mention, you did say that, but I know I'm going to refund you for one, but where are you, Aaron? Because y'all, there we are. Here he is. Yes, sure, Aaron, if you're okay with that. So we'll go on to Tiffany. Okay, Tiffany. I know you posted info way up there in the chat, but it will take me forever to find it. Would you pretty please post it again? Thank you, Tiffany. Awesome. Oh, no. You know I don't like doing readings for people when they're not here. That's kind of a rule. But, all right. All right, you two. Well, we got a budding romance here with you two in the chat. It is all about energy, guys. I'm just saying. I'm loving y'all are doing that. That's so fun. All right, Mish, I'm waiting on you. Are you typing? Oh, Kelly. Kelly, thank you so much. Appreciate the super chat. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hey, Mary, good evening. Mish, I'm waiting for Kelly's question. Wait, Kelly, wait, I'm confused. Are you a different Kelly? Or, wait, I'm very confused. I got two Kellys, right? I'm confused. Tiffany, I'm sorry, never mind. I'm getting tired. I'm starting to confuse names. Tiffany's question, that's who you've got. TL, yeah. Okay, good. We got more coming. Chat was frozen. That's weird. Well, Kelly, you can. It would take me a minute to go dig the link up and post it here for you. But you just paid for the reading, so are you okay just leaving it there? I mean, I don't have a problem with that. You don't have to use PayPal. You can, Super Chat's okay. I only prefer PayPal because I get to keep more of the money. YouTube keeps 40%, and that's after they take taxes out. So that's why I prefer PayPal. But you know, I know it's Super Chat so much easier for people to use. So I'm confused. We do have two Kellys. Okay. All right. Well, the Kelly with the star is the one you just bought this reading. Okay. But Tiffany, I'm waiting for Mish to give me more for Tiffany's question. Yeah, Tiffany is TL. I got that. Let's see. She wants to know if she could stay for love or make a change in her career, which would require moving on from love. Wow, that's a heavy one. Okay. Oh, thank you, Kelly. I know. Well, hey, technical difficulties abound today, apparently. I had to end the stream and start over because I had technical difficulties with YouTube tonight. So, oh, you know what I bet it is? Well, we had those major solar flares. 3 days this week. That could be causing some of this too. Okay, Teal says the backstory is they have worked together for years. If her man is sincere in how he feels, she will stay. Wow. So this sounds like really the question is not whether she should leave or go, is how does he feel about her? I mean, I got to know the right question to ask. Yeah, I get that. That's the problem. That's why I don't like to do it when they're not here. Is she going to come back tonight? Mish, is she coming back tonight or just whenever? Okay, that's more succinct question. I can work with that. Thank you, Mish. Appreciate you. Okay. Deck. Don't use this one often. Yeah, I know it happens. It's just, you know, I feel like the reading is better for people when they're here because I can ask them questions and they can verify, hey, yeah, that's my story, that's not my story. She probably did. I know, and I get the situation because it happens, and I feel really bad for people when that happens because I feel like they're not getting the full, thing. But we do what we can. Aw, thank you. Thank you, Mish. Okay, so I appreciate you saying that, Mish. That's so sweet. All right, now let me get the question in my mind here before I... Okay, so for Tiffany, we're asking, is her person sincere enough to stay, or should she leave for her career? Let's pull 2 decks. Let's do 2 decks. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do yes or no. Is her person sincere enough for her to stay? Because that's a yes. What in the world did I do here? Hang on, I split the deck and didn't put it back right. So let's ask a yes or no first. Is her person sincere enough that it would be worth her while to stay and not pursue the career? Yep, this is how she's feeling right now. I see that, yep. Oh, tarot is so funny. It is so literal. Let me shuffle again, I'll tell y'all. So, Mish, because I know you like to learn about tarot, I'm asking the question now. When I do a yes or no, my agreement, because you can make agreements, I've made an agreement with my deck. This is a longer discussion, but I wanted to share this with you. Because I was actually, the same time that you asked me some of those questions, one of my students asked me a question the same day, and anyway, it was a message for me to talk more about this. So here's an insight for you, Mish. Excuse me. So sometimes the cards can kind of, and your team can kind of guide you into sort of how they like you to do a reading. All right, so that's one thing. But you, as the reader, can also make an agreement with your team because they know every card in every deck and how it's going to land. They know that. That's kind of what the magic of tarot is. And so my agreement with my team is if I'm asking a yes or no question, I shuffle 3 times, I cut the deck, I put the deck back together, and then I split. If it's a yes, it's upright. If it's a no, it's in reverse. That's my agreement. Now, while I'm shuffling, if cards come out, then that adds to the story. Before I get to that point, if cards come out, it just helps tell the story. So this question that you were just asking for, Tiffany, this is a lesson in tarot. Tiffany, this is only, we'll get to your reading. It's so literal, Mish, because this is her, this is the anxiety card, losing sleep, stressing, worrying about what? The decision between, do I go for what I love and lose the money, lose the opportunity? It is so freaking literal. I just thought, I had to share that with you. In case you wondered, the 9 of Cups, the Ace of Pentacles in reverse were those cards, and the 9 of Swords. So I thought you would appreciate that, Mish. Well, it's about working with your spirit team. Now, I don't know, to be honest, if any other readers do that or not. I might be the only one. But I think it's important that you, and this started, it started with me, and I know, I'm sorry, I'm taking up y'all's time, because I didn't start as a tarot reader, remember. I started as a different kind of reader, and especially when I got into mediumship readings, I have to have agreements in place because that's just a different level of what you're doing. You're opening the door up for different things. So I had to have, it's like boundaries, but healthy boundaries. And so I talked to them and said, this is what I want so that it's clear for me, the reader. I don't have to guess. I don't have to, you know. So that's what I've told them. So they know, like, that's part of my magic of when I ask what deck for that person, because they know what I'm going to do with that deck and how the card's going to come up. That's why all of that, all those pieces come together. So anyway, I know, isn't that something? So now that we have the deck, we're going to cut the card and answer Tiffany's question. Ooh, okay. Well, this will be a yes. So the question was, does he care enough about her that it's worth her while staying? Yes. The Six of Swords says you're going to move to calmer waters. Moving on, moving on, moving on. And your money's going to be okay. In the end, you are secure. You're going to be secure. That's the Queen of Pentacles. She doesn't just talk about money, though. She also talks about the practical side of life and nurturing, providing financially as a working parent is another meaning of that. Now, you don't, and I'm going to pull more cards for you, Tiffany, but there's a real strange energy off this card. I'm trying to figure out what it's telling me. Yeah. You might initially not feel good about this if you make this decision. I got to tell you. Because it's the Sun card in reverse. This basically means being unhappy because you're having to walk away from something. Right? But here's the thing. Don't self-sabotage this. There's betrayal here. This is, to me, you're betraying yourself. This is also a card of, what's the word? Sorry, I couldn't put it on my brain. Strategy. It's a card of strategy. Yeah, so you know you've got to walk away from something. You've got to have the strategy in order to have this Ace of Cups. The cards are just repeating. So yeah, that's the decision. Now back to what I was originally going to do for Tiffany. I'll try to make this fast because I know you guys are waiting so patiently, and please accept my appreciation for y'all being patient. Thank you. I do try to take my time here. In case you didn't know, $15 for a 20, 30-minute reading that you get here is a deal. And that's not about me. That's about, I mean, look on YouTube. Most readers charge a lot more for that. So anyway. Now, I want to ask, I felt like this is the right, yeah, okay. So if she stays, one outcome. What is the potential outcome if she chooses love over job? If she stays with the man and chooses love, what is the potential outcome? Oh, Adia, you're so sweet. Thank you for that vote of confidence. So thank you. Well, do you not want to talk? Okay, I'll turn it over and see what happens. What is the potential outcome for Tiffany if she stays? Wow. Okay. That took me by surprise. Let me get a deck for which one for here she goes. Career, okay. Hey, Crow, how are you doing tonight? Welcome back. And the tribe is awesome. Amen to that. I have the best, in fact, I think. All right, now, so I'm asking, what's the potential here if she doesn't stay with the man and she pursues the career, meaning you, Tiffany? What's the potential if you pursue the career instead? Okay, one more. Let me see. Yeah, that did try to show its head over there. Wow. Okay. I might need to get some clarification on that one. Now let's see what's over here for you, Tiffany. Funny, Tarot. Okay, well, I'm going to call Tiffany out a little bit. Tiffany, are you subconsciously, I mean, it's like, how do I put this into words? It's probably indicative because you're having to ask the question in the first place. There's a part of you, I'm going to state it instead of asking this question, that is questioning if staying with this person is toxic. Even though you want it, and I'm saying that because of the cards that are over here, like if excuse me guys, I am recovering from a chest thing. So Tiffany, if you leave and you take the job, you're going to have some reflection time. You obviously need to have a new perspective about things. That's the Hangman, taking a little bit of a time out to just assess your new, arrangement. And you're probably not going to be happy at first. I think you're saying maybe you're questioning, did I make the right decision, right? Did I do the right thing? Because I really thought this was going to make me happy. But you also are excited about starting a new adventure, looking forward, getting creative about this new job situation. Now, as far as the money goes, it might be of a bit of a challenge because it might, and I'm not saying forever, I'm just saying when you start out, it might be a bit of a challenge. It might not be exactly what you thought because, you know, moves, and if you're clearly moving to another city or whatever, that can be expensive. So just know that, because the Queen of Pentacles in reverse is somebody who doesn't manage money well. And I'm not saying this is you. I'm saying these are the qualities of the Queen of Pentacles. She doesn't manage money well. She can also be a bit greedy. And she's not a particularly stable person in the upright. She would be very stable, and she would be the homebody, and she would be the motherly type, and she would be the nurturer and all of that. So maybe you're even questioning if that's who you are. To be able to have stayed over here, you might be saying, well, I know the money's maybe not great, but I'm really dealing with my alter ego too. I'll just say that. Now, over here in the new situation, I think you might feel a bit overwhelmed. So this could also be saying you might be working harder and more than you thought. In other words, the Two of Pentacles in reverse is, the Two of Pentacles is about juggling. In reverse, it means dropping the ball. So this could mean in your work you're feeling overwhelmed. You could also be feeling like, well, maybe I dropped the ball by taking this job. Maybe you're second guessing yourself, in other words. Because you're second guessing, you know, maybe I kind of losing hope. Losing hope about what? Losing hope about what you feel passionate about, what you felt passionate about, that you no longer do. In other words, this is something this is the Ace of Wands in reverse. You've lost passion for something. And I think, so all of this is kind of saying, if you take the job, it's like, maybe the money's not great, and you start to question, did I make the right decision? And then you realize, yeah, but really, was it really my dreams coming true here? Maybe, you know, you kind of given up hope on finding someone or something for the long term that you're passionate about, and maybe conversely is passionate enough about you. Now that, and I laughed when this card came, and you'll know why in a minute. Because what you want is an emperor. You want somebody who will show up as an emperor. The emperor is all four kings in one. They've gone through each of the journey of each of the kings to become this emperor. However, the emperor is also someone, he's not in reverse, he is in the upright, so that's good. He is an authority figure, but he also likes to be in control. You know, he rules the kingdom. And so, on the one hand, you're second guessing yourself, but on the other hand, I think you're feeling like maybe you were, and this is back to my original comment about, are you sure that you really, I think you may be feeling like you were actually taking this job has released you from something that might have been holding you back, that might have even been toxic, okay? That could have been something you were obsessed about, or there might have been an addiction involved. Maybe you even felt addicted to this person. But I think what you're assessing here, if you take the job as an option, you get over there and you think, well, maybe it's okay. Maybe you're just kind of hemming and hawing and, well, did I do the right thing? I've just lost hope that I'm ever going to find anybody that I feel passionate that will stand up and be a man like this emperor is. And maybe, I'm just being released from something that was toxic. Anyway. Because the Knight of Swords here represents a challenging conversation. It's communication, but it can be challenging communication. So you could have had communication issues with that person. And it wasn't a situation where there was equal give and take. That's really, I think, how you feel. So that's over here if you take the job. Now let's go over here. If you stay, yeah, obviously it's a choice. Tarot's being literal again. You're having to make a choice. You're looking out, you know, is this the right thing? You're planning and discovery. This also can mean travel plans sometimes, but all of that is asking you, you know, this is the card of the wounded warrior. It means having resilience, perseverance, even when it's difficult. Each one of these wands represents a battle, something you've had to fight for in this relationship. And you're saying, well, I think I have one more fight left in me here, though. I'm not giving up, but I'm tired. But then, for whatever reason, well, I think I do know the reason. You're feeling left out in the cold. This is a card of abandonment, but it also talks about financial loss. So that clearly speaks to, well, you have to give up this other opportunity if you stay with this person. So again, tarot is being literal. But you do feel, I mean, there is reconciliation, or also, I mean, not that you're broken up with this person, but this means that sometimes. It talks about an awakening, a spiritual awakening. So if you stay with this person, this talks about an awakening. Now, I don't know if that's for you or that person is awakening to the relationship. Perhaps you both are. But at the same time, you feel like you have a lack of direction. This can also be procrastination. So I'm feeling like this is talking more about your person procrastinating. Maybe they don't want to commit to you. Maybe they're not to the point where you'd like them to be. And when I laughed over here, it's because why? What are you feeling a lack of direction or procrastination about? This can also be feeling some conflict or about what? The Emperor. Because this is who you want, right? This is who you're wanting. This is who you're hoping for, right? This is wishes. This is a wish coming true. So you've got the Emperor in an upright and a wish coming true, where you had the star is in the upright. Over here, the star is in the reverse. So I'm going to come back to that in a minute. Actually, I'll talk about it now. Because another way I could read this other job situation is, you could say that maybe the money here ends up not being good, which we talked about, or you spend so much on the move, and then you're feeling overwhelmed because they're giving you more work than you thought. So it's not what you thought it was. The job itself ends up being not what you thought it was, and you lose passion for that. I mean, that could actually be that meaning as well. It could go, yeah. So that's kind of ambivalent. I don't like that this isn't clearer. So I think, interesting. Okay. I just feel like I want more. Honestly, Tiffany, this feels like a case of, because I talk about law of attraction here on my channel a lot. This feels like a case of you can make either of these work to be happy, but you have to manifest it. If you're just leaving this up to the universe, it's going to be challenging either way you go, to be honest. I mean, it just is. But because I think you place a good bit of value on your income. And I'm not being critical, or I'm not judging you in any form or shape. A lot of people are like that, either because you have to be or you want to be, or that's how you perceive your value in the world. But it can cause a rift if you're not careful. Well, hey, Joseph, thank you so much for that super chat. Let me put you on the list here. Thank you. And I'm leaning that direction because I have a Queen of Wands in reverse here. She tends to be very materialistic. She can be jealous. She can be needy. She can be bossy, you know, and so what could happen here is you feel like there's some kind of a failure here, and then you start holding your love back. And so all I'm saying is this is more about you and your mindset going forward than all of this. In other words, you need to take charge and decide what direction you want, what priority you. In other words, it's like you're asking me to say, and I wish it was that clear, it just happens not to be in your reading. Well, if I take the job, I'm going to be happy, and I won't miss this person but for 5 minutes and get on. And Tarot's not saying that. Tarot is saying, no, it's going to be a struggle either way you go. And so it's almost like, if either of these is a struggle, which one makes you more happy? And you need to decide which of those is your priority. Would you rather be with somebody you love, but it's a little bit of a struggle because you don't have the money you used to have, you know? Or do you want to be over here second guessing yourself about, well, was it toxic, or am I obsessed, or, you know, maybe I'm not passionate about this job, or maybe I just wasn't, you know, it just feels like a whole lot of monkey mind about all of that. I can't tell you how I'm feeling right now. It's just, yeesh. So I know this is a long reading, but because it's so not clear, I really want to ask if Tarot has some advice for you. Because I'm just not like, I started to say manifestation. Please educate yourself about the law of manifestation, because you can make either of these work for you. It's just you have to decide which one you truly want and then start manifesting that. That's really the bottom line of what I'm getting here for you. Please show me some advice, please, for Tiffany. I just read your comment, Miss, the way I protect this hermit. That's what Scorpios do typically. Yeah, we just pull back. Communication, yep. Communication is absolutely, speaking of hermiting, yeah, because you're tending to pull back, yeah. So, yeah, communication. This is about fast forward movement, communication. Excuse me. And this is saying, this is the Hangman. It does mean taking a time out, but it means taking a time out to get a new perspective. So maybe you need to back up a little bit, take a few days off or something. Because really this is positive. It's saying you could have a good collaboration here and create a happy home. And to me, this is a family card. This is about family relationship. It's not about a job over there. It's about over here with creating a home and family and children and all that. But I feel like you're holding back. Somebody here is holding back. Yeah, and there's conflict about this. There is conflict about maybe somebody in your past that's in the way of this. Or could be children involved here, because there's, yeah. I think, frankly, Tiffany, you could make, I'm going to say it again, you can make either of these work. But I think this is a spiritual lesson for you, as most things are. This is a spiritual lesson for you to say, I don't, is it, are you choosing between money or love? Really? Really? I know what I'd choose. But, I mean, that's not a judgment. I'm just saying, it's a hard one. And the question you asked wasn't that. The question you really asked was, does the person love you enough? And that was a yes. But it's not going to be easy. So I feel like the message for you is communicate. Have clear communication with this person. And try, this literally is about getting a new perspective. Educate yourself about law of attraction so that you can learn how to manifest. You can manifest a whole different source of income. Has nothing to do with this job. That could happen. Because this, if you do that, if you decide to change your mind and maybe make your relationship your focus instead of the job, and you make that decision, you could have a very lovely collaboration and a very good future with this person. But I just feel like you're holding back. You're holding back. Now, I don't know why. This is saying you're repeating some kind of cycle of conflict. And it has something to do with somebody. I don't know if you have children, they have children. Something from the past maybe causing you to have anxiety about this situation. Maybe there was a tower moment with this person in the past. This is why I don't like doing readings for people who aren't here, Tiffany. So I'm sorry if I'm praying this is going to make sense for you. I wish I could ask you those questions, because that could be, you could say, oh yeah, there's a family member that's been trying to get in the middle or something, you know, like that would make more sense. But anyway, I'm going to leave it here, Tiffany. I really hope that this helps and makes sense to you. What I'm trying to say here is, I'd say if I had to lean in either direction, I'd probably go for the love. But that's just me. You make your own mind up. But, you know, it doesn't mean it's going to be easy, but you can always manifest more money. So, yeah, but I don't know, finding somebody you care about. So I feel like communication, because yes, he does love you, but the communication needs to be really clear between you two. Okay, enough. Thank you, Tiffany. When you come back and read this, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you purchasing a reading. I really hope that helps. Give you something that you can go forward with. So thank you again. Excuse me. Ooh, all right. Now, Aaron, let's see, where am I on the list here? Aaron, Kelly, and Joseph. Did I do Aaron already? I'm confused. I didn't do Aaron yet, did I? You are definitely in service to others, Adia, that you're here helping me tonight. I love that you're doing that, and I feel very much that that's what this is. I was thinking about that the other day. I was trying to explain to somebody who doesn't know about YouTube and about moderators and what a selfless gift it is that you guys come on here and do this. Oh, that's so beautiful. Healing is my calling. It's how I get my blessings. I love that. Okay, now tell me, somebody, I'm lost. Aaron, is Aaron next or Kelly next? Did I do Aaron already? No, I didn't. Aaron. Okay, thank you. I didn't think so, Erin. I'm addled here. I need to get up and walk around in these readings sometimes. How long have I been here? 150 minutes. Ooh, okay. Oh, you did. So we manifested that while I'm on the reading, so you want to change your question now, right? Oh, all right. See, how perfect is that? How perfect. Divine intervention. See, you to ask a different question before that, right? And now you probably want to ask something different. So how perfect that you waited or had to wait. Hello, Heidi. How are you tonight? So what's your question, Erin? The universe was... It will do that. The universe will test you. Yes, it will. It's testing me so often, throwing somebody at my face that was not the person I want to connect with. Sadly, I made the mistake by messing with someone last week. I do regret it. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. Yes, Crow, Mama D, I love that. Could you and the tribe send peace? My wife and mine's way. We are going through a major... Oh, God, Crow, absolutely. And I will say a special prayer for you later because I kind of have that little prayer list in my mind. I absolutely will, Crow. Thank you for asking. I'm actually glad that you asked. Happy to do that, and I'm sorry you're going through it, sweetie. I truly am. So, yes, I'm happy to do that for you. And I bet most of my moderators will, too. As I mentioned, Erin says, as I mentioned, meaning as you mentioned, as I mentioned that I would self-sabotage. However, 2 days ago, I went up to him and introduced myself. It went great. I want to ask him out on a date. Okay, and then what? How can... I kind of remember now. It's coming back to me, Erin. How can I overcome myself and not allow the connection to consume me emotionally? Boy, that's a tough one, isn't it? Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to do that. I'm excited about starting a relationship with him while at the same time a bit anxious about the process. I'm working on keeping my focus on my matters even though I kind of read into his behavior. I desire a healthy and wholesome relationship. Can you clarify who might feel manipulated? Is it me or him? I've been preparing my energy. Did I mess up the alignment by failing the universe test to see if I'm ready for a committed relationship? Boy, great questions. I love that you went so deep on that, Erin. So, no, you didn't fail the universe. There is no fail in the universe. Let me say that to everybody watching. There is no fail in the universe. However, you can fail yourself sometimes. And all that means, and it's not really a failure. It's not a failure at all. It just means you got more work to do. That's all it means. Don't punish yourself. Don't beat yourself up about it. So, first, because, oh, I don't need those. They need cleaning anyway. Oh, that's even clearer without my glasses. You are, McCardern. So, I don't know if I said this to you. So if I didn't, I'm going to say it. If I did, it's a reminder. Really, we can work and work and work on manifestation and work on our shadow side and all the things that end up leading us to self-sabotage. But there is this thing called momentum. So I don't know how old you are. I'm 74. So, for example, I was having this conversation with my friend. We've got about manifestation. Well, she said, I've been working so hard on it. Yes, but you've got 74 years of momentum built up at doing something a certain way. So it's not going to change on a dime. So your belief system, what you're trying, the part of you that you're trying to change alignment about, has had a lot of time to build up. Now, when you're consciously manifesting and consciously working on it, that energy is much more powerful than the residual energy that you've got lingering. But it still takes time to shift it. So that's really the big thing about that. So you didn't fail anybody. You just got to keep working at it, not give up. I'm trying to think what else you said there. I want to address everything you said. And you know, excuse me, did I mess up with the alignment failing the universe test? And I've answered that to see if I'm ready for a committed relationship. Well, I tell you what I'm sensing about that, Aaron. I'm sensing that really you're questioning it, and the universe is reflecting that back to you. Okay? That's how energy works. You yourself are questioning if you're ready for a committed relationship, and the universe is just reflecting it back to you again. So I think you have to decide what you want. Declare, I want a committed relationship. I am ready for a committed relationship. Write out a list of positive affirmations about that. Do all the things, all the tools. Visualize, what does that feel like to be in a committed relationship, whether it's this person or anybody. It's not about that person at all. Because it doesn't matter if this one doesn't work out, the next one that shows up will reflect the same thing if you're not ready. So it's very important for you to be in alignment with your own wishes. And you're in, okay, well, if I'm afraid, if I'm not sure, that's going to show up. So you need to be clear, and then the mirror will show up for you. The mirror will reflect your clarity about that decision, okay? Now, to take this deeper, and I don't remember specifically what we talked about that caused your the root of your self-sabotage. But it always goes back to the childhood, whatever that is. You know, your parents weren't committed in some way, or in other words, they didn't demonstrate what good commitment looks like in some way, or they didn't, gosh, I wish I could get in that conversation over there with you guys, but I don't dare. You're welcome, Crow. Until we meet again, Valhalla. Well, and back to you as well. Many blessings, Crow. So it just says you need to work more on, one, having clarity that that's what you want. If you're not sure, get clear about that. But if you are sure, then it's just the mirror saying you got to keep working on it. It's just the residual energy. Now, be mindful. There is something in your subconscious that it's driving you to sabotage yourself. So what that is crucial to this going forward, because even if you get into a relationship with this person and it goes really well for 10 years, then there's somewhere down the road you're going to sabotage it because that niggling little thing is back there. So it's important to uncover what that is. Why don't you believe that you can? What motivates you to do the things that you do and make those choices? Are you looking for validation? Are you looking, does your ego need that boost? Does what is it in you what need is it in you that when you act that way, is being met. And when you discover what that need is, then you can start to control it, right? Anyway, that's kind of my tirade on that. Now, I think you had an actual specific question related to him, so I wanted to go back. Yeah, you asked about, clarify who might, if you or him might be feeling manipulated. That I remember that. All right, well, why don't we ask? That one or this one? My squeak on my stool is back. How does, no, this one. Okay, how does he feel about you? That's what I'm going to ask. It is a secret weapon, isn't it? I'm telling you, if I do nothing else but teach all about that here on this channel, it will change your life. Because once you understand that, and once you can start seeing things outside of you as a reflection of that wound, that thing in the past, you can change everything. All right. How does Aaron's person feel? Ooh. Well, oh. Okay. Your person, Aaron, feels you're somebody that can go the distance, that you very well might be a soulmate. This is even my twin flame card. You are somebody that he could see building a life with. However, he's concerned you're not going to put in the work. He's concerned that you might not have been done with these player ways, that this is the Knight of Wands in the reverse. I'm sorry, y'all, my hair is tickling me and I can't make it stop. That Knight of Wands in reverse can be reckless behavior. He's concerned of that, and that it might be something he has to let go of. It might be cause a lack of confidence because this is a third-party card, or overindulgence. I mean, he loves your heart. He sees that you've got a big heart, but he's concerned about your other side. This is the Queen of Wands, but there's no gender in tarot. But this Queen of Wands in reverse is someone who's she's self-absorbed, shallow, jealous, needy, you know, all about her, materialistic even. So I think it's very telling that this came out first. Yeah, I think you might be my soulmate, but is how that feels, all right? Now, how do you feel? Well, I think we know how you feel, but Aaron, are you still here? Weigh in on some of this for me, okay? In the chat, just let me know you're still here. Hey, happy life, how are you tonight? So, I mean, I know how you feel. I don't really need to ask that question. What do I need to ask for you, Aaron? Aaron. What else do you want me to ask? Because I think I know how you feel. You know how you feel. Aaron, are you typing? I'm listening. Well, I told you kind of some stuff, and then I told you how I think he feels. What question would you like me to ask for you that I haven't answered? I know you said about the manipulation, but I don't see cards here about manipulation. Does he want to lead the relationship? Let's see what deck for that. Let's go with, no, we're going to stick with this one. Okay. Does Aaron's person want to lead the relationship? I'm feeling a yes. Let's see what tarot says. Okay. Just that he's 10 years older than me. Wow. Well, he must look good if you didn't even know it. Oh. Well, I didn't see that coming. I think, hey Aaron, did he just end a relationship? Is he just getting out of a relationship? I mean, this could be talking about you, but I think it's him. Because this speaks about something that I've lost passion for. The answer is no, because it's in the reverse. He has mercurial face, young and youthful. Yeah. Did he just get out of a relationship? Or is still dealing with the relationship, maybe? I don't know. We only started talking 2 days ago. Okay. All right. Well, this speaks of an opportunity that you've lost passion for. Now, because of the, let me just go through these cards real quick. But yet the King of Wands is somebody that's passionate, that you would feel passionate about. He's very sexy and attractive, and a go-getter and an entrepreneur and all that. And then there's this Tower, which is things being, like a hand grenade thrown into things, and an ending of something that was not for the long term. So this feels like it's talking about, what I'm feeling is, it's saying no, because I'm still getting out of something, or just gotten out of something, or I'm dealing with that, and I'm not ready to be in charge. Is kind of what the feel of that I'm getting. But I find you very attractive. Yeah, something that he doesn't want to invest in anymore. That putting it down. Okay, so I think he's just still dealing with something on his side, where there, there could have been cheating over there. So I don't. So it looks like no. Now, that being said, let's see what these say. Yeah, oh look. Yeah, I'm disappointed. I love tarot. I'm dealing with something. I'm feeling regret and sorrow. I'm walking away from something. What am I walking away from? The Three of Cups. This is a third party card, Too much of something, overindulging. So yeah, I think that's what's going on for him. Now that could be you, but that's not what I'm feeling. I'm feeling this is your person. So the answer is No, I think he'd rather you be in charge. I feel like that's you. All right. That was pretty clear. Okay. You know, but because he is still feeling this remorse, and I feel like in the process of walking away from something still, I mean, you know, we could have ended a relationship months ago, but emotionally you're still walking away from it. So, don't go guns a-blazing rushing in. You know, be mindful of that is all I'm saying, Aaron. No, I don't know. Let me ask. Is he emotionally unavailable? I didn't see that, but let's see. Is Aaron's person emotionally unavailable? I didn't see those cards, but let's see. Hello, Jeanette. Welcome in. Which way do you want me to do? Okay. Well, he could be a little bit on the not cold, curt. You know, like sharp words. The Nine of Pentacles. This can be a yes, but it's not like if you get a king or page or knight of cups in reverse. This just says my words may cut. I might not be warm and fuzzy in my communication. So yes, but, and he's also saying, and I'm not yet where I can give equally in a relationship. I hope this is not saying that's who he is, but rather that's where he is right now. Very possibly because he's not feeling very stable right now, and we've got this Queen of Pentacles in reverse back here. She's very popular tonight. So this talks about somebody who's not particularly stable yet, and the money, they're struggling maybe with money too. All right. And this is an interesting message. He wants to move forward, but he's struggling. He's judging himself that he hasn't learned a lesson, some lesson. That maybe he's judging himself that he hasn't learned a lesson about how, you know, about, in other words, this is about conflict. Maybe he doesn't know how to deal with conflict. You know, some people don't know how to express things unless they're 100% happy and, you know, good news all the time. That may be why he may make a choice to hermit himself because of that. So it could just be maybe he's not the best communicator. Or it could just be what he's dealing with right now. Yeah, I'm not sure which one of those it is, but does that help, Aaron? I hope so. All right, Aaron. Well, I do hope that was helpful, and please let me know because I'm excited for you. I am. I'm excited for you. You go. You go. You go get that man, Aaron. He just told me that his start company takes up lots of his time, but is that an excuse to not start something with me? You know, I just feel he is, it's a weird thing. When I ask the question in my mind, is he emotionally unavailable? I get a no, that's not it. but I got a yes on the cards, but the card that I get with the answer is indicative of the message. It's a message. So it has to do with his style of communication for sure. I don't feel that it's an excuse as much as he's not ready. He might just not be ready. Well, and I don't blame you, Aaron. Yeah. You know what, though? He might be a person who respects a very direct question. Are you interested in dating? I'm interested in dating. Are you interested in me? I mean, what if you just were that direct with him? That Knight of Swords tells me he will come back with a straight up yes or no, I think. Well, you know, or something very direct. And that also, Aaron, for you might be an opportunity for you to practice patience. I'm just saying. Just saying. It's a good quality. Oh, he's a Sagittarius. Oh, goodness. 2 fire signs. Lord of mercy. Lord of mercy. Well, somebody's in, one of you, you have probably got water in your chart, though, somewhere. I get a feeling you're more of a touchy-feely. Kind of feel that with you, with your energy a little more, not so much with him. Ooh, excuse me. Got to get that up. Eesh. I hope that helps, Aaron. I know that's a big step, but I really think be straight with him. Not in a brash way, but, you know, hey, I'm interested in taking you out. Are you interested in dating? Are you interested in going out with me? Be direct. Tell me. His right birthday, he's a late degree Sag with Capricorn moon, Pisces moon. I knew you had water in your chart. I could feel that. Yeah. And I might have even guessed Pisces because, yeah, I feel that. Awesome, awesome. Well, Aaron, I hope that's helped. That's, fingers crossed for that. Totally fingers crossed for that, but you don't need fingers crossed. You know, you just need to be you. Just be you. Go in there and, you know, he's just got his walls up a little bit. It's what I feel like. So, anyway, report back. I can't wait to hear. Okay, let's see. Kelly is next, and then Joseph. Oh, Aaron, yes. Yes, you can. So Aaron paid for 2 questions, and he's decided he was going to get a refund. He's decided to ask another question. Okay, what's your other question? So Kelly, sorry, you're going to have to wait a minute, darling. Thank you. So what's your question, Aaron? Y'all, I got me this new little silly ring that's, I know you can't see it, tiny print on it, but it says, just breathe. So it's a reminder sometimes for me. Okay. Let's see. Jay, that's funny. All right, come on, come on. We got to step on it here, Aaron. Where's your other question here? Put the dog down. Okay, here we go. Ooh, and Mars and Scorpio. Yeah, most likely he and I struggle with accepting our sexuality. Well, I can only imagine. I have wondered how I would have managed that struggle had I been, given that challenge in life. Well, right, and that may be what's underneath some of this for him. That could well be what's underneath. Sorry. Sorry, guys. Okay, that's a great question. Okay, is he open about his sexuality? Will he date you in public? What deck for that question, please? I'm going to go with the Light Seer's Seal, okay? So, first question, is he open about his sexuality? Let's ask. Is Aaron's person open about his sexuality? Please and thank you. Was that 2 or 3 shuffles, y'all? That didn't feel finished. You would think he'd be more secure, but that doesn't, sometimes that much age difference also means he grew up in a different environment, culture, that could have been more judgmental about it. So that could be. I'm hearing shuffle again, so I think I only did 2. It says yes. Oh, okay. Now, this is interesting. Of all the cards that could have come out here, Aaron, this bodes well because the Fool card, I mean, literally, look at the artwork. It's somebody jumping off a cliff here. And you notice she's looking up, standing on the cliff, not looking down. Well, the Fool means taking that next step. It means taking a leap of faith. Are you sure he's sure about his sexuality? The only reason I ask that, it's an odd card to be underneath that. The Ace of Wands in reverse is losing passion for something. Now, it can mean a missed opportunity, yes, about something you feel passionate about. But I don't know why. I just felt I wanted to ask you that. Because underneath that now is the Seven of Wands in reverse, meaning it's not necessarily something I want to fight for. Yeah, and the Seven of Pentacles. Can I do this for the long term? Is this something I want to invest in for the long term? Is this where I want to invest my time and energy for the long term? He may be holding back because, or even if he's maybe he's bi. I don't know. Did you answer? Because the truth is, the truth is, there's some kind of addiction or toxic energy here that, and the universe is teaching him. This is a student card. I'm learning about that. Oh, I see. I get it. I'm learning how to open my heart. That's what he's learning about. So he's learning how to open his heart to this new, his new sexuality is probably what that means. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. I think he's just questioning himself. So that could be part of any reticence that he's showing. That's a big change, you know. That's a big. Anyway, do you know if he might? Oh, hey Jennifer, thank you so much for that. I got you on the list, and I think we're going to close it out with Jennifer tonight. So you'll be my last one, Jennifer. Moderators, did you hear that? Reading slots are closed for tonight. Jennifer, I may have to get you to repost your question, though, because it might get lost in the chat. So, Aaron, do you know, could he be bi? Because this is kind of a past story here. Now, I always say this, like I said earlier, there's no gender in tarot, but I don't know, I got the feeling that this is a woman. And there was a third party situation and it didn't go well, and somebody was sad here because there was no expansion and things didn't work out and there was no nurturing. But I was trying to be strong through the conflict. Side message. Let me see. My subconscious still is coming up in the mind. Growing up, I had fear about waiting on someone to be direct. What they are, not sure which may. Oh, wait, whoa, too fast. Someone to be direct, what they are, not sure what makes sense. Me even question the relationship. Well, I mean, I'd have to almost do a private session to go that deep, but I can tell you a personal and private, because I could ask questions. It'd be a stream of questions. We'd have to kind of dig a little bit on that for you, Aaron, and I'm happy to do that. Excuse me. Sorry. It could be, though, he can be reflecting some latent conflict you have about your own identity. Because, remember, everybody out here is a mirror for what we're feeling and thinking about in our own conscious and subconscious. So that could be you could try affirming things like, I'm secure in my identity, I'm secure in my sexuality, I'm accepted for who I am, I'm in fact embraced for who I am. People love me just the way I am. I'm worthy of a good committed relationship. I'm worthy of somebody committing to me. Those kinds of things. And then see if there's any shift in the outside world reflecting that to you. If there is, then that you're probably close to the issue, if that makes sense. Hope it does. But yeah, growing up, I had fear about waiting on someone to be direct. So, yeah. And that, for sure, is being reflected in this person. I just was realizing what you were saying about that. I'm slow on the uptake now. Yeah, that would so play out there. Absolutely, that would. Yep. You know, we are just... We are just hurt children running around in adult bodies, so be mindful, people. Well, there you go. And listen, you're manifesting that because it's your fear. So stop being afraid of it. Start affirming the opposite of that fear. Start affirming the opposite of that fear. Part of the reason is I scare him, but you are a big stepper. You are a big stepper, and oh my, is he gonna know it? I love it. I love it. Oh. Okay, what deck for that? Odd, okay. So what does he want? And this is last question, and Kelly, thank you for being patient. You're next. What does he want? Well, inquiring minds want to know, and everybody here in my chat wants to know. Inquiring minds want to know. Oh, I'm going to need glasses for this. Y'all are getting into some deep stuff over there. Never heard of that either. King Alpha? I never heard of that. Oh, let's see. There's that. This Seven of Pentacles has been in every reading tonight. What does he want? Well, this is somebody who's moody. He can be, yeah, he can be emotionally unavailable, this one. But he can also be the other end of that spectrum, too emotional, moody. Sorry guys. Do you know, it's almost like what I'm feeling, Aaron. I think his emotions got him into trouble in the past. I'm just going to say that out loud. I think his emotions got him into trouble in the past. And that's why he has, you know, I can't help, I'm still seeing that Knight of Swords. So his words might have talked about emotions, you know, it was a combination, but I think he is afraid he'll repeat that cycle, frankly. So he's, what does he want? He wants to just focus on his money right now. I mean, really. And that could be because he's got some kind of a situation around money that he's trying to fix. Or, you know, like if he owns a company, that's a big deal. Obviously, he's very focused on it, trying to fix whatever that is. But it does, I mean, he wants to be financially independent. Now, the only thing is this Queen of Pentacles in reverse, again, this can talk about someone who's smothering. I ask what he does not want. So he does not want to be smothered. Bear that in mind. Okay. Because he's trying to move on. He's trying to go to a calmer place in his life, but he's just not there yet. He's just not there yet. So he's focusing on his money. He's very, very focused. Now, I'm not saying, because I don't have the cards here, I'm not saying he's materialistic or overly materialistic. I'm not saying that, but he's very focused on, you know, maybe he's just got this goal and he's not going to stop till he gets it. It's almost like I just feel this real sense of determination about him. The Wheel of Fortune here is good luck. It's good karma also, but it talks about destiny. Maybe he feels like what he's doing, he's pursuing, is his destiny. Yeah. And along the way, he's experiencing, you know, a tower moment. This can also talk about personal transformation, but it's basically, this is, when it's in the reverse for me, it says two things. It's already happened, but it also talks about an internal tower for me as a reader. So this is something that he's already experienced, but, and I just keep this feeling about there's some tower moment that had some past thing that he's still got in his energy. And yeah, and he's still stuck. So it leaves him stuck, him focusing on whatever this thing, or the fear of this thing that he's dealt with in the past may be that he's fear of resurfacing it. Yeah, resurfacing. And then he's right back to, I don't know if I can do that for the long term. So he may be questioning if pursuing his destiny and having a relationship are exclusive. In other words, I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I can put in long-term the time and energy into a relationship without leaving somebody out in the cold here because of this decision I'm making to pursue my dream. Yeah. So this just feels like somebody who's driven and focused, who's made the decision somewhere along the way that that was more important to him, or at least at this point in his life, that's more important to him than romance. Because you know what I don't have here? I have one card of cups and it's in the reverse. This would talk about emotions. So this person is not touchy-feely right now. I'm not saying that's who he is as a person overall, but that's not where he is right now in life. And maybe too, maybe He's afraid. He doesn't want to hurt somebody else and leave them out in the cold. Maybe he's had to do that before. Maybe this success of his has come at a high cost, and he's had to, abandon people, basically, in a relationship, and he doesn't want to do that again. So that, I think, is a good thing that he's being aware of that, Aaron, frankly. Ooh, all right. Well, I hope that helps, Aaron. I'm going to have to move on now to Kelly, but I really hope that helps. And, of course, I'm wishing you tons of, again, I don't want to say luck. It's not luck. Success. Success. And I should take it or for face value. I think at this point in time, whatever he says to you, yes. Because even if he's not what he's feeling, that's where he is. And it feels to me like it's non-negotiable right now, because he just feels determined that he's made this decision about his career. And I don't think he's going to let anything pull him off that path right now. And so it just kind of depends on where he feels, if he feels he can entertain this and still do that. So very succinctly put, yes. Yep. But you know what I would add to that, Aaron? I would add to that, if he says no, I would I would follow up, I would add a follow-up. Do you think that could change in the future? Then you'll know. Would say, well, it's probably me, he's not interested in me, or maybe it's just the timing. So I would follow up with that question. Is that a permanent decision? Is that something you'd like to revisit in the future? So I would do that. Okay, let's see. Kelly is next. Now, Kelly, I'm going to have to ask you to repost your question. Well, it's not bad news, really, Kelly, for him, but it's just, it wasn't the lovey-dovey I was hoping for answer. Well, good. Oh, that's cool. Aaron says, I feel that way too. I'm working on myself too. Awesome. Well, there you go. There you go. And I can tell you really are doing the work, and I love that. I admire you for that. I applaud that. Please keep it up. You are doing the homework of, looking at yourself and looking for where does that show up in your life. Man, that is the work. That really is the work. So kudos for you, Aaron. Setting a good example for other people, for sure. Okay, Kelly. Well, I know that's that Pisces, that water energy. Believe me, I'm a double Scorpio. Lots of water in here. And we lead with our heart. By the way, my younger son is a Pisces, and I love Pisces. Scorpios and Pisces, we get along really well. Thank you, Kelly. Can I trust Seth, who's your tenant, or will he abuse squatters' rights? Ooh, that's right. That's right. I remember now. Okay, what deck for Kelly? I'm sorry, y'all. I need to stretch my body. What deck for Kelly? Why did I just hear that? Remember in Wizard of Oz, and that was the song from the Wicked Witch? And the monkeys would start flying. Oh, Lord. What in the world have you got? What story am I going to unearth for you? Okay, come on. Let's get this clear. What deck? Let's get this show on the road for Kelly. All right. Will Seth abuse squatters' rights? That's two questions. So I'm going to ask the squatters' rights first. Will he abuse squatters' rights? Because those two could be exclusive. You could not be able to trust him, but he might not abuse squatters' rights. Excuse me. At least I'm getting it up. Roman the Great, how art thou? Yep, I'm one of the Alabama queens, yes. Oh, by the way, I sat next to Miss America, got my nails done next to Miss America at the salon this week. I'm just saying. Just thought y'all'd like to know that little piece of trivia. I'm going again because that doesn't feel right. I'm just gonna. Roman, you're funny. She should, shouldn't she? By gosh. Oh, you're funny. You're funny. There is something weird going on here. Hang on, Kelly. Let me catch up with my team. What they're trying to tell me here. We're going to try a different deck because that did not feel right. Okay. All right, let's see. Will Seth abuse squatters' rights? No. Let me see what else here. And I had a card pop out, which is the Sun card. So I think he's, and I heard when this fell out, no, because he's been unhappy, or he is unhappy, whatever. But this place makes him happy. He's happy here. Or he's finding happiness here, or things are being illuminated to him because maybe he's been taking some time out to reassess things. And, you know, the hermit, like I've said tonight, he goes into the cave. This is taking a time out from life to get a new perspective. Waiting on some good things to come his way, waiting on the ships to come in here. Now, there is a cycle here that's repeating. I'm not going to go that far into the deck. Let me see what else. I want to go back and ask the second question. Can he be is he trustworthy? Or how did you word it? Is he? Can you trust Seth? Can you trust Seth in general? Different question, understand. I hope you understand what I mean by that's a different question. Can you trust him to not jaywalk, or can you, yeah, it's a big question. Can Kelly trust Seth? I know what you meant, but for some reason Tarot's making me. Go this way? Okay. Yes, he can be. He's making the choice. I think he's trying to turn himself around. Yeah. Yes, you can trust him. Because he's trying to boss up. I don't know what this person's situation is. I don't know if he's homeless. I don't know what. But he's trying to boss up. He's something, whatever he's done or whatever, he's trying to heal from it. Yeah, he's trying to show some love, maybe loving himself too, trying to be independent. Trying to be independent. Putting some kind of a past burden behind, down, putting it down. It's time. I'm tired. This is heavy. I want to put that down. And I want to start something. I want to start new. But things from the past may haunt him because I've got the Six of Cups here. Yeah. So, but conflict, wait a minute. Things from the past, it's in reverse. So that means things you can't, that kind of haunt you, you can't stop thinking about. What from the past? Conflict from the past. Okay. So, all right, Kelly, what else was your question there? Yeah, well, so yes, he's being honest with you. Yes, he is. He has been through a lot. I was feeling that. I mean, this person felt like somebody who'd been homeless at one time, that kind of thing. It seems like he has been through it. Can we work together? You know, that kind of rock bottom, and then he was homeless? Oh my God. I can't, yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. You heard it here. Yeah, it felt that way. You know, you got to swallow a lot of pride when things like that happen. It really changes you as a person. Okay. Can we work together? Or will attraction get in the way? Can you work together? Same deck for Kelly? Same deck? Okay. No. All right. But I like that deck. Can we work together? All right. Can we work together? Can Kelly work with Seth? Yes. And of all the cards, I love it because there's always a message. This is the card of collaboration. I like that. Yes, coming together. Yes, you can. Oh. Well, there may be some kind of a celebration, toasting together. this person could be your soulmate. Now, soulmates don't mean they have, excuse me. People think soulmates are only romantic relationships. They don't have to be. I mean, I know what your question was, but just so you know, it doesn't have to be that way. But I think you two you are soulmates of some kind. In other words, you've been in a previous lifetime together, perhaps. Yep, and that's the truth. Okay. And I just heard you're going to help him get a new perspective about some important things. Don't know what that is, but so yes. Yes. Now, will it get in the way? That's kind of a how you handle it thing. Tiffany, yes, your reading was done. Now, I don't know about the timestamp, but it's probably, let's see, it was quite a while ago. Maybe even an hour ago, something like that. It was between I think, wasn't it before Aaron? After Ronnie and before Aaron, I think. Tiffany, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, you're saying, no, absolutely not. Soulmates can be friends. Yes, they sure can. I was worried that being the opposite gender would ruin things. Thank you. You're so welcome. I mean, Three of Pentacles, that's a great card to get for that question. I couldn't have probably picked a better one, actually. Uh-oh, Kelly. That's funny. Watch out, everybody. I'm on the keyboard now, and I type faster. Awesome. Oh, yeah. You're gonna turn into an Adia. We call her the sniper. The mod sniper. She'll be just sitting back there, being her, using her best ninja skill, and you know she'll get in there and block somebody who's misbehaving. Oh, awesome! Oh, Kelly, I'm so glad you did too. Then that's awesome. Yeah, I'm glad you asked the question too. Yeah, well, I'm also glad that it gave us a real clear answer. You know, I hate it when it's ambivalent. It makes it hard for me and the querent as well. Sniper, no sniper. Well, no, I meant when I get trolls in here that are saying things and they need to be blocked, that's what, she's right on it. That's what I meant. I've just got great moderators, but yeah, that's what I meant. It was an endearing term. All right, let's see. We got Joseph and Jennifer. Okay, Joseph and Jennifer. So Joseph, please post your question for me. You had to go get cheese. That's fine. We're fine with cheesy over here. Okay, Joseph, thank you for being right on that. I appreciate that, Joseph. I had been helping my mom fix up her house so she's comfortable. Oh, God bless you. That's a good son. I'm blessed with good sons, too. It was just the floors in 2 rooms and some furniture, okay, at first. But the goalpost keeps moving. The military have a phrase for that, just so everybody now knows. There may be some military people here. If you know it, sound off in the chat. If you know what I'm about to say, sound off in the chat. It's called mission creep. You start out with one thing and then, well, but we need to do this thing, and then we need to do that thing, and then there's this thing. Yeah, it's called mission creep. And she lets grandkids destroy stuff. Ooh. It's taken years to get this far, and I'm not near done, but I'm anxious to live my own life. So I just want to know if she's holding me back on purpose. Oh, bless your heart. What a bittersweet question, isn't it? a bittersweet question. All right, what deck, please, for Joseph? Yeah, yeah. What deck? Y'all, I catch myself holding my breath. That's why sometimes I sigh. It's not because I'm not loving being here. I forget to breathe. I have to, oh yeah, remember to breathe. I don't know why I do that. Okay. All right, we're asking for Joseph. So, and I really appreciate you giving me the background on that. That really helps me to frame, the cards when I see the cards, because with no backstory, it's, it's harder. Okay, so we're asking for Joseph. Let's ask a direct question and see what comes out here. Is his mom, whether consciously or subconsciously, trying to hold him back on purpose from leaving the house and getting on with his life? Okay, thank you. That one on the bottom, okay. Let me assess, Joseph. Excuse me. Yes. Okay, let me explain it. Let me explain it. Now this card was in reverse, so I have to give it to you. That's the devil in reverse. Now, two things. The devil talks about addictions, so we have to put this in for, I'm not saying that you necessarily are addicted. Either of you have an addiction, but there could be. Addictions can be all kinds of things. She could be addicted to having you there. She could be addicted to the attention you give her. She could be addicted to having you to lean on, to depend on. It's not just about alcohol, drugs, and sex. It's uh-oh, hope I don't think YouTube will ding me for one word, but now this is in reverse, so it is talking about, when it's in reverse, being released from that. So I feel like even though it's in reverse, that would be a no. That would be no answer, because when cards come out and I ask the question, it's a no. However, I think she might be doing it subconsciously. I don't think it's conscious on her part. And I'm going to explain that because of the rest of the cards that came out here. Excuse me. Oh, Adia, are you leaving? Let me say a wonderful good night to you. Thank you so very, 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 very much. What are you going to, hey, let me, 1 second. Let me ask my moderators. Guys, what is a good time to do a super chat with just you members? Because most of you moderators are members. Would you guys be available like Sunday late morning, or what is your availability if we want to do a super, if I want to do a live chat for members only? Anytime during the day. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Good night, Adia. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. All right, we'll see you soon. Thank you. All right, all right. I look forward to seeing you two, literally in person maybe. I don't know. Okay, so thank you for your patience, Joe. Let me, Sunday you'd be available too, Jay? Okay, good. All right, good. And I don't know if Mish has all her kids this weekend or not. Maybe she could hide. She did that once with us. She said, I'm hiding from my kids. Okay, so no, but yes. I think it's subconscious. And the reason I say that, now wait a minute, did I? Hang on a minute. I know that was in reverse too. I turned it around, that's what I did. Because the Page of Swords is, we talk about this being somebody who's, a person who might be spying on you. Now, in this context, I think it would be somebody who's wanting to know what's going on in your life, you know, wanting to be a part of that even. And I feel like you know what I'm talking about. Joseph says, she worries about me being lonely, but I am lonely too. But I'm lonely too. I need freedom to go. And you're probably going to be lonely as long as you stay there. That's the catch-22, isn't it? I know. I can feel that happening. I can feel that here. And so I think that's what this exactly what this card is talking about. Because it's holding you back. This Ace of Pentacles in reverse is holding you back from having new opportunities in your life. Yes, I'm verifying that. And on some level, she knows that. Now, again, I think this was subconscious on her part. I don't think she's doing it on purpose, but on some level, she knows that this is holding you back. And here you are, being the dutiful son. This is the Nine of Wands. Every one of those wands represents a project probably that you've done around the house. These literally represent like battles, things that you've had to overcome, right? And yet this is the wounded warrior. He perseveres. He's going to go the distance, but look how tired he is. He really wants to stop and quit. Well, not so much in this deck, but in the other decks. He's not giving up, right? But yet, you know you need to find some justice for you in your life and balance for you. And again, on some level, she knows this too, right? Because it's like, okay, the Four of Swords in reverse. Let me give you a little backstory. The Three of Swords comes before the Four of Swords. The Three of Swords is heartache. Something where you literally are stabbed in the heart with three swords, okay? But then you heal from that, right? You heal from that and you move on. But in the reverse, it's saying somebody's not done healing. So I don't know why it's you and your mom. I don't know if she is a widow or if she was divorced or something. But I kind of get a feeling from this card that you're filling the gap, that something in her past, a wound that she's maybe not done healing in her past, and you're filling that gap for her. Let me see what you said here. No, it's not. I don't think it's intentional. No, I don't have those cards here. As long as it's not intentional, I can learn to live with it and try to work around. She knows I haven't had a real vacation in almost 10 years. Oh, my Lord. The gap is her losing her mom. Okay, that's it then, because I really felt that strongly. But here's the thing. And she knows that you'll keep doing it. This is a cycle that keeps repeating itself. Because she's being needy. And I'm sorry to say it that way, but this is the Queen of Pentacles in reverse. Now, this talks about two things. She probably doesn't have the money to pay other people to do the things you're doing for her. Okay, yes. But when she's in reverse, when she's in the upright, she's very independent. And in the reverse, she can be needy and codependent. Okay? Just saying. Now, this card came out sideways. Six of Pentacles. And as you hear me say here in Tarot, if a card comes out sideways, it has a different meaning for me. This means it's in transition. It's neither upright or reversed. In the upright, this would be talking about finding balance, things being an equal give and take. In the reverse, it's the opposite of that, an unequal, people giving unequally into a relationship. Sideways, it's saying, well, it's not really either. It's somewhere in the, it's in transition. There needs to be more equal give and take. There needs to be more, that card needs to be in the upright. All right, now, I want to ask, why my glasses are bothering me now. Because I want to ask what advice Spirit has for you. What advice do you have, please, for Joseph? Good night, Adia. Sleep well. Joseph, I have to, even though I'm tired, I have to tell... Sorry. I have to give you the speech. If I can. Good evening, Gloria. Welcome. It takes two to tango in this world. And I mean that everyone in our life, everyone you encounter is a mirror for you. And so there's two parts to this equation. Yes, that's your mother, but what is this situation showing you that you need to heal? So everyone is there to reflect to us what we need to heal. What wounds from our childhood or misconceptions, misbeliefs about the world that are running or in charge in our subconscious, driving us through this world. And so you also need to ask why you have created this situation, because you did. It takes two, but you created your part in this. You created a situation where someone is dependent on you. So I'm going to have to ask you to look at that too. Why have you created? What value does that give you? In other words, there's something in you that it is satisfying to you, something, it's a need in you that it's filling, that you are in this situation with your mother. So that's how it works. Now I'm going to ask what advice tarot may have for you. You know, I mean, there's all kinds of things, subconsciously, not consciously, but subconsciously. Are you using this as an excuse not to get out there and date and get into relationships and maybe get your heart broken? Are you afraid you're going to get your heart broken? Well, I'm too busy taking care of my mother, so I can't date and get into a relationship. You know, it could be all kinds of things, but that's just one example. Ah, there we go. I did it out of guilt. I was a difficult child. I feel like I owe it on some level. Okay, that explains that justice card we had, or that I saw earlier. Wow. Well, thank you, Still Will. I appreciate that, and it is. I mean, it's true. We all have that within us. So I'm so glad that you recognize that, Joseph. So that's really the thing. Here's the thing. Because I talk a lot about law of manifestation here on my channel. You are manifesting this situation. You're not a victim. You've manifested this. Now, the fact that if you own that, that means you also own that you're a powerful creator. And so you can create something different. You created this, well, you can create your mother being independent. Your mother, you know, making a decision one day to set you free from this. You can create that too. But it doesn't start with saying things like, oh, my mother sets me free. That's not what you have to do. You have to focus on what inside of you you need to heal. So, for example, because what you said here, I have paid my debt. I no longer need to feel guilty. I am free to come and go as I please. I am free to pursue my own life. Start speaking in positive terms. Start speaking and telling the story how you want it to be. The new story, not how it is. That's old news. How you want it to be. Educate yourself on the law of attraction, because you can change this in a nanosecond. Well, not really, but I mean, it can change. If you do the work on you, I am honored, I am free, my mother honors me as an independent person, my mother has all her needs met, I have my freedom and independence. You know, affirm the positive of these things. Tell the new story like you want it to be. And please do your homework. I highly recommend Abraham Hicks. That's my favorite. Joe Dispenza is another good one. There are many, but educate yourself about that and start doing some of those techniques. Amen, Steel Will. Oh, amen to that. Steel Will Horse says, life happens for me, not to me. Life happens for us, not to us. You decide. Amen. And if you're not changing, you're choosing. If you're not changing it, you're choosing it. All right. Let me see now. What else do you want to tell Joseph here? Give me some advice, please, for Joseph. I think I just gave it to you, but let's see if Tara wants to say anything else for Joseph. I think this whole situation between you and your mother is operating subconsciously for both of you, but it is what it is, and you can change it though. You can change it. Okay. Woo. Really? Wow. Wow, I did not see that coming. Okay. All right. I'm going to get a couple more cards here, but Ten of Pentacles in reverse. This is basically just sort of a statement, and I don't know how that's advice, but basically it's telling the story here that right now there's instability in this home situation. We know that. That's a statement of the obvious, okay? I've never, ever, ever, that I remember ever, gotten a tower as an advice. Look at the picture here. So a tower, because not everybody knows tarot. Say tower and tarot together 3 times real fast. This is, you can see there's a tornado taking the top of that tower off. Basically it means when there's a major change, a major upheaval, like a hand grenade being thrown in and everything. But here's the thing about towers. It's spirit, the universe, the divine comes in and tears everything down because it needed to happen anyway, because things were not built on a good foundation. Things were shaky, they were rocky. And so the tower comes in to tear things down so that they can be rebuilt in a better, more solid foundation. So this is saying this needs to come down. Your situation needs a tower moment. And this is usually sudden. And interestingly, what's at the bottom of the deck is a card that represents liberation. This would be you being single as a Pringle, free to mingle, you know, focusing on your own money, not being codependent, focusing on your own money. You know, who's got a heal is going to have to heal. You know, and if they want to repeat that cycle, meaning your mother, I guess, she may, okay, yeah, she's kind of stuck. It's her that's stuck. It's not you. She's still stuck in her neediness. I'm sorry to have to say it that way, but I don't think she's going to change unless you do this. Yeah. Nothing's going to change. She's going to continue to overindulge you, not consciously. Again, I'm not saying that. And it's, yeah. And you're just going to lose hope over the whole thing. But what can't he see? Yeah. What you can't see is, yeah, she's not going to make a choice, right? It's going to be, so, okay. You're going to have to be the one to make a move here, is essentially what this is saying. Yeah. You're going to have to make a move here. I mean, this, boy, as advice, let me ask if there's anything else. Because I don't think she ever will. And that's a long time. If you need to have a life of your own, forever is a long time. Do you want to be that person? I don't know how old she is and how old you are, but do you? I think you're younger than this. You want to be that person that's 70 that's still taking care of his 90-year-old mother's house? I mean, I don't know. Maybe you do. You have to be the bad guy. I didn't want to say it that way. You said it that way, but yes. That's what this is telling me. All right, anything else you want to tell Joseph here? Thank you, Jay. Oh, come on, do you know anything else you want to tell me? The other way, maybe? Well, and that was the important message that was, when I read, I do jumpers, and then I look at when the jumpers come out, I look at the bottom of the deck, because that's like the story that's fueling this. It's kind of the what's that word, underlayment? Is that a word? Anyway, the background story. And that was pretty much saying she's not going to change. She's not going to change. Because I got some of those same cards repeating from the earlier story there. Come on, can you just, I guess not. I guess that's all it wants to say. One more? No. It just doesn't want to. It says, that's it. I've said what I'm going to say. Yeah. I love it. I love it. I've said what I'm going to say. Put the burdens down. That's the Ten of Wands. This Ten of Wands is the end of the journey. This means literally heavy burdens this person is carrying. Those ones are heavy. And they've been doing it, been carrying these burdens, these wands, for a long time. But this is the end of the journey. This resets to a new beginning. The Ace of Wands. How perfect. So I'm sorry to say that, but maybe, you know, you never know. You can't judge what a person's going to do with that. It might, in the end, cause her to become very independent because she has to. Some people won't step up until they're forced to, Joseph. You know, I mean, really. Oh, God. Oh, my God, you're so sweet. Oh, Joseph, thank you. That is so generous and sweet of you. Thank you for that tip. Aw. And for the divine intervention. Thank Tarot, yes. I just wish I had something happier to say, but you know, I'm just not that reader that's going to tell you what you want to hear. I got to tell you what you need to hear. And so, yeah, you need to do this, I think, for you too. Now, I didn't ask that question in that way, but hopefully she will step up, and it might hurt a bit, okay? But it's all about how you frame things too when you deliver news. So think about how you want to frame this with her, and you know, I'm sure you will. You're obviously a very caring person. So it's up to you. It is up to you. And sometimes now we'll say this. Sometimes you don't have a choice about it. I mean, I did ask for advice, and I feel like what I've told you is what Tarot is saying. But in a lot of readings, this means the universe is done waiting on you to do that, and they're going to come in and give you a Tower moment. They're going to come in with something and do this. So if you don't do it, you will have no control about how it happens. Just thought I'd point that out. And I think you'd rather have control about this and, you know, how it happens. So my advice is think of a kindly way to have a talk with her and say, I can't do this anymore. But I know it, but I'm giving you this phone number of a really great handyman that's going to be able to help you. So you might want to do that first. Find somebody, or one or two people, that you think are trustworthy and reliable, that would take good care of your mama, even if she has to pay them or whatever. You know, and just say that. Say, look, but I've got this I found this great handyman, and he's going to step in for me and do these things for you. That's how I would handle it, I think. You know, instead of just pulling the rug out from under her, give her something else. So, well, there you go. You have your own workers. Perfect. How perfect is that? See? There you go. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, Joseph. Well, I'm wishing you luck with that. I just want to applaud you again for being such a wonderful son to your mama. And you do get points in heaven for that. I know that's true. I just know it. Again. And it's a big deal, because I said I have 2 sons, and Lord, they're good to me. It matters. So put your guilt behind you. You paid your debt. And thank you for the reading, and thank you for the tip, Joseph. I really, really appreciate you. That's so very sweet of you, and I'm wishing you peace and harmony with this decision and with your mama. So I think she's going to grow from it. Just saying. Excuse me. Oh, goodness. All right, Jennifer. Jennifer, if you're here, honey, post your question for me. So, thank you very much. Oh, Kelly's saying good night too. Okay, Kelly, good night, honey. Sweet dreams. Everybody's turning in. I'm going to as soon as we get finished with this reading too. Oh, you're so welcome, Kelly. My pleasure. It was great having you here tonight. Maybe I see you Sunday too, I hope. I hope. Y'all pardon me. Oh, if you didn't hear me say, I'm getting over some crud. A nasty crud. All right, what deck, please, for Jennifer? Okay. Jennifer wants to know, will he come back to me and how? All right. I did that because I knew my mic was there and I didn't want to cough. Will Jennifer's person come back? All right. I don't know about the how part. Well, let's see what tarot says. Maybe in a boat. No, I'm serious. Over land and over sea. All right, that's a side message. Thank you, Mr. Bryant. Okay. No and yes. Well, that's not helpful. Jennifer. I don't have all the cards to indicate this, but I do have one, so I wanted to ask, because I'm trying to make sense of this message here. Was there a third party, meaning it didn't have to be romantic, like a family member that was meddling, or a job even, or a health issue? Was there something that came between you two like that? as how it, okay, as in how will he be, what kind of relationship with, oh, I see what you mean. Thank you for clarification. So, can you answer that last question for me? I'm not. Hang on a minute. I'm gonna do this differently for you. I wasn't connecting with that. All right. Show me. All right. Will Jennifer's person come back? We had special friendship for a year, but no intimacy. As he was scared and I guess, but attracted to me. Okay. Try one more time with this deck, and I might need to change decks. There we go again, forgetting to breathe. Yeah, there needs to be some kind of a change, or somebody's going through a transition here. How do you want me to do this? That on the bottom. Okay. Well, that I feel more connected to. Okay. Yeah. Got all that shuffling and it came back again. This card is shown 3 times. Somebody's under a major transformation here. I don't know if this is you or your person. But again, I get this, and this card has come back. All of these came back. This is what came out, was at the bottom of the deck, and I shuffled, cut the deck 3 times, put it back together, cut it again, and they're back. So these needed to come out. I just didn't, they might have needed to come out in a different order. Yeah, so I feel like this is your person. It's saying your person's going through a transformation. Could have something to do with some interfering party. Job, I mean, again, third party could be, yeah, sometimes it's a romantic partner, but not always. It could be, as I said, an interfering family member, a job, a health issue that could have gotten in the way of y'all kind of coming together, or whatever. This is often a breakup, but it's about somebody making a choice. So sorry, y'all. Trying to cough it up. You are both mature with past. Young at heart. Love that. Love that. Love that. Yes, ma'am. You keep doing that. That's the right thing to do. Well, and I like knowing that too, because I'd probably talk to you differently than if you were, like a lot of young people that come in here and, yeah. But it is saying there is hope here. There is hope here, but somebody here is either, because I talked about this, came out in the other reading too, it's a 9 of Cups in reverse, followed by this 4 of Swords in reverse. This tells me, and that's why I was asking about whatever previous, excuse me, I'm getting hiccups. Oops, sorry, hiccups. that you wanted more. Yeah, because and that you to that point, somebody here was not emotionally available, or could have been overly emotional too, but maybe even, well, anyway, yeah. I feel like this is saying somebody held back their love, and I feel like it's your person. And it could be because, followed by this card, they weren't done healing from something from their past. Now, there is some kind of affection here for sure. For sure. But I think your person's afraid of taking a risk. They're thinking somehow it's risky, which is reflected in what you just said here. Yeah, how did you say it? Something about he was scared. Yeah, because that's somebody, when the Fool is in the reverse, it means they think it can be too risky. They're afraid to take the leap because they think it's too risky. They think that might cause them unhappiness. Well, good Lord, nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? All right. Thank you, Jay. What else do you want to do? I'm just going to ask for some jumpers here. Actually, I'm going to move to this deck. He seeks company from females. Is lonely, but he's very close with me and family. Awesome. Okay. Yeah. He sounds like an avoidant. You don't know what that is. Look, plenty of videos here on YouTube. Yeah, he's a dichotomy because he wants connection. He wants connection, Three of Pentacles, and the stability of somebody like you, who would be like a Queen of Pentacles, but he won't move on it. Or he's not moving on it. Now this is an interesting kind. He can't move on to calmer waters. I don't know. He can't move on, but yet he can't move on. Sorry, y'all. Oh, so sorry. You know what an avoidant is. I just getting strongly that's what this person is that's what this person is. I mean, it's not a dirty word. It's just you got to know what you're dealing with. And you can't make demands on them like you can other people. I'm just saying. So, Jennifer, I want to tell you, you might want to do some research on how to be in a relationship with a person who is an avoidant personality type. Well, I'm not going to go into a long speech here. I'm going to let you do your own homework. But avoidance, which those two cards, these tell me, I want to collaborate with you because you're the marrying kind. You're the steady as she goes. You're somebody who's dependable, who's nurturing, who's confident, who's, knows how to manage money. But I'm not budging because I'm not able to move on to calmer waters within himself. But I really like this, and I really like to, this is the Ten of Pentacles, and I really like to manifest that, but I think I just need to be cool and calm, and like this King of Swords over here, and maybe, anyway, that's what I'm feeling, though, because I'm an intuitive, I'm an empath, I don't just read cards. What I feel about this person is that he's probably an avoidant. Now, what I started to tell you, the avoidant personality types, They want very much to love somebody, to connect with somebody. They really do. But the history always, like everything else, goes back to childhood. Where someone that they, parent probably, didn't love them. They didn't feel, as a child, they weren't loved as they needed to be loved. They didn't get the quotient of love, whatever. They loved that person more than they got reciprocated love or something like that. That's not technically how it goes. But anyway, so when they grow up, and that hurt them as a child. So when they grow up, they probably get into other relationships that mirror that. Well, probably I'm not lovable. And so when I go towards somebody, they hurt me. So I'm just not going to do that anymore. What I'll do is I'll engage a person to a point, but then I'll just, I won't commit, and then they'll get tired of me and they'll move on, and I'll go find somebody new. I'm not talking about your person. I'm talking about the avoidant personality type. Well, what happens when he meets somebody that he really likes and has feelings for, someone that he could see that's this, it scares the pants off of him. And so he's more likely to run more quickly away from that because it's triggering him. It scares him. It's the dichotomy is he wants it, but it scares him too bad. So I come in, and then I run away, and then I come in, and then I run away, and I come in, and that's the cycle you get into with one. So let me see what you said here. Well, I know, because he genuinely cares about you. Okay. Well, and that could be true. I don't see other cards here that are saying he's being a player, running around. Matthew, I certainly do. Yeah, I understand, Jennifer, you just want the bottom line. I understand. That's what everybody wants here. Be patient with me, please. Sometimes tarot has to give me the backstory before it gives me the answer to the question. So I'm just not that fast reader. Everybody just wants a yes or no. Is he coming back? No, I don't feel like he's a player. I didn't get that energy. Nor did I get those cards. He is passionate about you, though. This does mean a passionate new beginning. Let's see. Yeah, he's passionate about you. He's just emotionally unavailable. He's afraid. So, well, why did that have to be in reverse? It's just telling me the same story. It's repeating the story. Oh, do you, Terry? You know, I often get that for people here. Even if I'm reading for one person, it resonates with 2 or 3 other people. And maybe you were talking about the avoidant thing too. Or, yeah, I think you meant your situation. Yeah, and that's what happens. Now, there is a way to deal with that kind of person, but it's not typical. So, yes, you very well may hear from this person, but, well, it's back and forth energy. It's like, I feel passionate about you, but I'm emotionally unavailable. I think I just want to stay single, but even that's a heavy burden. So I'm just going to sit over here and be cold about it. But I really have feelings for you, but I'm not moving. I really want to manifest this because I could see I could see settling down with you, but I'm not moving anywhere. This is a person who is going around and around and around and around in their head. So I can't give you a yes or no because this person doesn't know. I mean, the cards just, 3 different sets of cards here say that same message, basically. I can't move on to calmer waters. I know I disappointed you. I know I disappointed you about this new beginning, about taking a leap of faith with you. But I think I'd just rather keep it over here. This is the player card, but I just rather keep it where I can come and go, and yet I have feelings for you. And yeah, I mean, it just keeps going back and forth and back and forth. So he's blocked emotionally. What have I been saying? That's right. He's scared. He's just scared. But again, do your research, Jennifer. Get on here on YouTube, and there's plenty of good videos about how to deal with an avoidant personality type, okay? You'll get some tips. But I can't tell you yes or no because I've asked 3 times, and every time it's a no-go. And the reason is because this energy is back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. He doesn't know what he wants to do. So how can I read that energy that's back and forth? How can I read that? It's not clear. Well, look, this is the Lover's card. Nobody's saying he doesn't care about you. I never said that. That's not here. That's not what I'm saying. So don't think that. That's not true. He does care about you. That's not the issue here. You're trying to put him in a box that you've made in your own mind. He's not going to fit. He's a round peg you're trying to put in a square hole, or however that goes. Square peg in a round hole. And so you have to change your expectations if you're going to deal with an avoidant personality type. Again, you're going to have to educate yourself about that. I'm not a psychologist, but I know a little bit about it. So it's more about, and you're not a victim. You have, you're a powerful creator. I say this with every reading. The answer is always the same thing. Get busy educating yourself about the law of manifestation and about learning how. Oh, Sapphire. Oh, thank you so much. That's so sweet. Thank you for that. I appreciate that donation. Thank you. Sorry, guys. I'm getting over the crud. Oh, I just saw your comment, Jay. Let's see. It wants your energy every Sunday. I think you should do the members live. I think that's a good way to put it. Okay. Yes. Yes. Because what I want to do is go live for, the public again on Sunday night if I have enough energy. So we'll see how that goes. But definitely want to do you guys. You're my priority. Whew, okay. So Jennifer, when a tarot reader, and they won't tell you this, most of them don't know this. When we do a reading, we are picking up on potentials in the quantum field, the most likely potential at that time. And it's based on the energy of what that person is putting out. So I'm only picking up on the potential of his energy, basically, right? And so, oh, Jennifer, thank you so much. Y'all are so sweet. And I'm not copping out here, please. I don't like that. That's why I kept asking. I don't just quit because I didn't get an answer I didn't like or whatever. But when it does that repeatedly, it's giving me, the reader, a message. And the message is this person's all over the place with what they want to do. Now, you can change your point of attraction. You can tell the story like you want it to be. So educate yourself about that. Educate yourself. Look at Abraham Hicks videos and Joe Dispenza videos and Neville Goddard's videos, and there's really good ones out there. And so you learn how to manifest. So, but the main thing is you need to understand that you're creating this situation too. You're not a victim here. So you need to own your part of this. People, I know you want answers, but the answer is change your point of vibration and your outcome changes. If you're stuck over here in, when's my person coming back? That's a very desperate energy. That is a frequency of energy. It vibrates at a specific frequency. And that's not the frequency of, oh, my person's already here. Are we having a great time together? We're in a committed relationship. These two energies will never meet. So you have to change where you are in your frequency, because this one's not coming down here. You have to come up here. You have to change your frequency. It changes your thinking. You change your emotional state. That changes your frequency. So that's the homework you need to do, and you need to take responsibility for that. So you could potentially change the situation, potentially, into what you want it to be. And that's true with everybody that's listening. You have the power to do that. You are powerful creators. So don't think that you're a victim to these circumstances. Now, you do have momentum going, so it doesn't happen overnight. You have to be patient with yourself, be patient with the circumstance, but it is really a beautiful process when you see it the energy starting to shift. And it literally can shift that quickly. Oh, yes, I love Lee Carroll. Yes, I love Cryon. Yes. Thank you, Zapfire. I appreciate that. That's right. Lee Carroll is channels, excuse me, Cryon, and he talks about that too. Even Bashar talks about that, get into your bliss. Well, it's what you're feeling. You're feeling hurt and lonely and abandoned right now. That is not a match for I'm loved and honored and I'm in a relationship. They're two different, it's not going to happen. So Well, I know you're strong. I can feel that in your energy, just disappointed, and I feel that, and I hate that for you. I do. I'm not meaning to be unsympathetic, Jennifer. My intention is to empower you. I want to give you something that can help with this frustration and where you're hurting. So instead of giving you an answer, I'm giving you a tool. I hope that you'll understand the difference. And my intention is to, as I said, empower you with that tool. And you can change this. And I have some of my regulars here will tell you, I give homework and you go home and do that homework, and then they come back and we do another reading to do a check-in on the energy, and the energy has totally shifted. So you do that work on you, and then, I mean, the phone could ring tomorrow. I mean, really. So when you get off this video, go back, just search YouTube. There's tons of good material there, about how to manifest. And just pick one that you're drawn to. Like I said, those are my favorites. But educate yourself about that. And it's truly about getting happy. That's the bottom line. My tagline. Get busy getting happy. Because if you are filling your cup of happiness and you're not depending on anyone or any situation or anything outside of you, and your cup is full because you're filling it up, then, you'll be a magnet for things. You'll be a magnet for amazing things. So that's really the work. That's the work, is to fill your cup up and not expect other people to fill it up for you. But when you do, then you'll attract people whose cup is also full. They'll already be healed. You won't have to raise them or heal them or, not that we can, but you know what I'm saying. Oh, Jennifer, I really hope that's helpful. And I hope you'll take that tool and use it to create a beautiful life. And, maybe this person will come back. I mean, seriously. It's happened to me. It can happen immediately. It's called collapsing timelines. If you really get into the energy frequency of what you want, and you really believe it is as if it's already happened, you can collapse timelines. So it's pretty magical. Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so very much. I appreciate you purchasing a reading tonight, and I want to hear back from you. I want to know how it goes. Go do some of that research and educate yourself, and then come back and report your progress, because there will be. If you do the work, there will be progress. All right, guys. Well, I think I'm going to bid you adieu, because I don't want somebody slipping in here and buying another reading. I need to get off here. How long have I been on here? Oh, yeah. I meant it. 4 hours. Yeah, again. Okay, guys. Jay, thank you for hanging in here with me to the bitter end. I'm going to plan to see you guys Sunday. Maybe late morning, not too... Well, I am having a friend over for wine and dinner Saturday night. My female friend, she's my symphony friend anyway. So hopefully won't stay up late. Won't be too crazy, but I'll see you guys probably late Sunday morning. I'm going to shoot for, I don't know, 11-ish. So, all right, guys. It does seem like that. I don't want it to be that long sometimes, but, as long as people are buying readings, it's a good thing. All right, guys. Well, I'm saying goodnight, wishing you all many blessings. You too, Jay. You have a fun Friday and Saturday, and I'm going to look forward to seeing you on Sunday, okay? All right, guys. Many blessings.